of the party, superstar DJ Kentucky.
Get your dancing legs ready. This DJ is gonna make you famous.
Thank you. Money. Money.
Kentucky is now in the mix. superstar DJ Kentucky.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, girls. Welcome to T Africa's 2021 edition of This Is Me. Oh, so we host this every year, and we have girls coming to the house to be empowered, right? And this is an avenue for us, to learn, to interact, to network, and to basically see that the industry which is, typically dominated by men, women can come in there and flourish. So there are no limitations for us as women. We're going to be having a lot of fun, experiencing technology as it is. So we're in this building, Udala Heights, and this is the Technology Experience Center. So you can see different products, different brands. There's Dell, there's Cisco, there's the Huawei Hub there's Microsoft, there's HP, there's Samsung, Nokia, there's every key brand that is dominating the ICT industry here present today. My name is Glory, and co-hosting with me this morning is Kelechi. Yes, and we have interesting, fantastic women here to speak to us and just take us through their journey, how they started, and how they got to, where they are today. So I want you to relax and feel free. Yeah.
This is.
Alright. So before we go on, we have a tradition to always pray. Any volunteer, anybody in the house that wants to just say a word of prayer? Yes. Okay, so I start my first, please.
Please, let's be upstanding. In Jesus' name, in the mighty name of Jesus, Heavenly Father, we thank you for your mercy upon our life, for your protection on our families, for each and every one of us. For this program for today, may your name be highly exalted in the mighty name of Jesus. Jehovah, as we are about to commence this program, come and take perfect control. Come and take perfect control in the mighty name of Jesus. Everything will be taught, it will be in our memories in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for your answers. In Jesus' name we are prayed.
Right, so I'll hand over to Kelechi to take us through the next section.
Hello. Hello. Are we excited to be here?
Yes.
Are we excited to be here?
Yes.
I need your yes to be loud and proud. Are we excited to be here?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're proud to be a girl child, are you excited to be here?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're proud to be a female in Nigeria at this time, are you excited to be here?
Yes, ma'am.
If you know you are someone who is going to drive change in Nigeria and the world, are you excited to be here?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to put us in the mood, let's have a little ice breaking. What do I call out? Who is the boldest of them all? If you think you're amazing, you will be the best if you were to be an actress. Let me see your hand.
Oh, awesome.
Who is in the drama group here? Okay. The beautiful lady on low cut. The one who is wearing a necklace like mine. I'm looking at you. Please, let's put our hands together while she steps out. We're going to play a little game. Remember you said you're an amazing actress. So this is what will happen. She will tell us something that comes to mind when she thinks of a class. She will tell me, and then she will describe it to us all. Think of something. Think of your class, your classroom. Think of the different things in your classroom. Maybe you should do with your eyes closed. So are you thinking of your classroom now? Can you see everything in your class? Pick out one thing. Have you done that? Now this one thing, she will tell it to me, but describe it to the rest of us. Let's see how best she can get us to tell us what it is she's trying to say. Do we understand? Yes. I hope you're good at this. I'll take it again. For example, let's use here. So you have to think of this place. Let's say I'll think of my door. Okay, let's go this way. I'm thinking of my door and I want to describe something here. I'll describe the door. So it's for everybody. I'll describe without speaking. So it's for everybody to tell me what I am describing. So in your class, let me give you another clue. Are you describing the teacher? Are you describing the blackboard? Are you describing the floor? Are you describing the chair? Are you describing an artwork? Do you understand? So we start afresh with thinking. So think of one thing. Have you thought? So what is it? Okay, she has told me it's time for our super actress to describe to the rest of us without speaking. Now let's see how best you can describe and how best we can interpret without speaking. Look at them. Remember, you're not to say anything. So just demonstrate what is that thing, maybe what it's used for. Space. Okay. Oh, let me see your hand. Okay, everybody. You. She didn't say white. What is a blackboard? Yes, it's a whiteboard. So let's put our hands together for her. And for an actress. What's your name?
My name is Lukongo Fiona Lee, the student of Itola Garrison Secondary School.
Fantastic. Lee from Itolo. Let's put our hands together. Before we go on, I want to believe we came with our writing materials.
Yes.
Is there anybody who doesn't have something to write with? If you do not have anything to write with, may I see your hand? Oh, amazing. So we're ready. Open your books, please. Have you done that?
Yes.
So I want you to write down two things. Two things that got you really upset this week. Or two things that you were thinking of, something you were bothered about on your way here. Two. Do you have a question? If it is a blessing. Or a person, yes, please. Whatever it is that has caused you stress, whether it's a person, whether it's a thing, whether it's a situation, just write them. Two things. Have you all done that? I can see someone wearing a very serious face. Have you done that? So if you're done, raise your hand. Okay. Two things that have bothered you or caused you stress. Maybe you were thinking of it on your way here. Okay, you don't. You have a question. If you've done that, let me see your hand. We have a long day ahead of us, so we need to do this quickly. We'll stop at 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Are we ready? Now look at those things. You know what they call cancel? Put a very big X in them. Like this. Rule it out. A very big X. From the beginning of it to the end of it. Have you looked at it?
Yes.
Good. Do you know why we've done that? Because we're not going to let it stop us from what we have to learn today. Are we? So look at it very well. And make sure you've drawn your mighty X on it. So you're not going to let it stop you from what you have to learn today. You're not going to let it stop you from what we are going to do today. And the most beautiful thing about it is there will be a solution to it. Who agrees with me? There will be a solution to that. Maybe you might get your solution here today. So whatever it is that was bothering you before you got here, just rule it out. Are we ready for the rest of today?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we expectant?
Yes, ma'am.
Can someone share with me what she's expecting to learn today? What are you expecting to hear or to see? Yes, please. Please come out so we'll see you. Tell us your name and your school.
My name is Bakari Paza from Wesley Girls Senior Secondary School. I would like to learn about technologies and about the world. First, inspire to
Let's put our hands together for her. Now look at your neighbor and say, this is me. I'm a girl child, and I'll shape my world. This is me. I'm a girl child, and I'll shape my world. Look at the person beside you, eyeball to eyeball. Say together, we'll shape our world. Together, shape our world. This is me. Shape your world.
All right, so we're going on into the event proper, and to give us the opening charge this morning, we have a woman I have the pleasure to introduce. Her name is Choma Chimere. She's Mrs. Choma Chimere, the Coordinating Managing Director. We call her the CMD at TD Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa's technology, lifestyle, and reach the media, having previously worked as a broadcaster with the Imo State Broadcasting Corporation, Owerri, from where she joined the BBN television. Mrs. Choma Chimere began her career in the information technology sector with Tax Systems Limited, the oldest company. Mrs. Chimere has consistently delivered huge volumes and value throughout the entire process that make up TD Africa. Having risen through the ranks to the position of Managing Director, Marketing, and recently Coordinating Managing Director, Mrs. Chimere oversees the day-to-day implementation of the company's marketing plans, of the objective. She's happy and fortunate. Please put your hands together for CMD.
Thank you, Glory. That doesn't sound like me. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Oh, wow, that's really awesome. Because I was going to say, Ekaro. Wow, that's even better. Thank you. So nice to see your beautiful young faces, you know. I'm just trying to think back how many years ago I was this young and this beautiful and this innocent, but your faces are very refreshing this morning. It's my singular privilege and honor to welcome you to Girls in ICT 2021. Thank you for coming. Acknowledge the male in our midst, few and far between, but thank you for joining us. So ladies, let me call you ladies. I'm sure you don't hear that a lot of times. That's what you are. Young women. You're welcome to Girls in ICT 2021. It's a TD Africa, This Is Me initiative. And you know, this year is happening coincidentally on the 27th of May, a day that we celebrate children the world over. But I want to say, you guys are here because you're gradually leaving childhood. In a couple of years, nobody would refer to you as a child anymore. You guys are all in the senior secondary school. So very soon, you'll be off to the university. And then after that, 4-year program, 5 years program, you will have to fend for yourself. Some of you will be working. I'm trying to remember the last time that I had to stretch out my hands to my parents for money, or to pay my school fees, or feed me, or clothe me. It's been a long time. You know, while you're in secondary school now, all you want to do is leave secondary school. Everyone is clamoring to just run away from secondary school. But today, all of us are back to WhatsApp groups, trying to reconnect with our secondary school mates, reliving those old memories and wishing that we had stayed there much longer. But it's not possible. You know, 20 children cannot play together for 20 years. And so in a matter of a couple of months, less than months, you would have all left and you have to pursue your world. I want to tell you that just as you are eager to face your world is waiting to face you. So that world that you want to be a part of is waiting for you. And it's waiting for you with its many opportunities, but also its many challenges. There are a lot of challenges facing the girl child today. Our challenges are a bit different from the ones that face the male children. Ours are more intense, more serious. And you know the reason why that is happening? Because the girl child is carrying destinies with her. What the girl child is supposed to do goes way beyond her. Because you're not just facing the things that are out there in the world, you're also going to be shaping other people's destinies. And that's why it's important. And that's why we considered it pertinent to bring together these things today. Because of how important you guys are to the future of your homes, your communities, the country, and the world in general. Every one of you seated here has a role to play. And we've called you here to equip you, to open your eyes to those your roles, to get you to identify them, and then to equip you to face them, because you have to face them. If you fail in facing and taking on those challenges and the opportunities there are, you would have failed yourselves and you would have failed your generation. And so today, we have in our midst young women who were once like you. You have the opportunity of leveraging on their experiences because they've been like you and they've moved forward from where you are today. You can learn from their mistakes. You can learn from the experiences they've garnered on their journey, and then you can make your own better. So the idea today is that every one of you, 50 of you, should be better than every one of the speakers that will be talking to you today. After they've spoken, they're going to give you a chance to ask questions, to make comments, to share your own experiences. Today, what we're doing at TV Africa is to give you a voice. We want you to grab that voice, take it, run with it, and everywhere you find yourself from today, speak with that voice. Don't let anybody put you down. Don't let anyone make you any less of who you are. You are a girl child. You're a special lady. You're a woman that is going somewhere in the future. So use the voice that you're going to be getting today. And anywhere and everywhere you find yourself, you stand up and say, this is me. I cannot be put down. This is me. I have a vision. This is me. I'm going somewhere. This is me. I cannot be stopped. This is me. That's why we're gathered today. Please make the most of today. Thank you for coming. Have a beautiful time today.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Please, another round of applause for Mrs. Choma Chinwe. I was moved myself. Did you hear when she said, we are carrying destinies inside of us? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Who else can tell me something striking that she has said? Boldly raise your hand if you were listening.
She said we are shaping other people's destiny.
She said that we're going to get a voice, and we should pick a voice, run with a voice, and we should make sure we're better than people who have talked to us today.
Amazing. Who else has something?
She said we should never feel less of ourselves.
Fantastic.
She said we should. She said we should.
Sorry, what's this?
She said we should move our world.
Move your word. I want to hear what you have to say.
She said we should make use of the voice we're there today.
So imagine you with your amazing height. You've not finished growing. Imagine you out there talking, forced to listen. What's your name?
Mercy.
Mercy, my friend. Who else? Yes, please.
She said that we should not let anyone make us a less of who we are.
Fantastic.
She said females have more responsibilities than males.
She said we should always stand our ground and say, this is me, I cannot be stopped by anyone.
Please put your hands together for yourselves. I can go on and on just listening to everybody. Now, this is just the beginning of what we are in for. Are we ready for the rest? Are we ready? We have an amazing speaker coming to talk to us. She has so much to give, and I know we're ready to receive. Are we? Are your books and pens ready? Our next speaker, her name is Teju Ajani. She's a seasoned global business leader with 20 years plus of technology leadership, delivered to Fortune 100 technology companies across North America, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa. She's a personable, consensus-building leader with extensive relationships and trust established across organizations with a strong bias for action. She has extensive expertise in technology and innovation, strategic planning, partnership building and business development, media content, strategy, and customer marketing. She has demonstrated ability with business responsive strategies and measurable results, with the ability to build trust, collaborate, and influence cross-functionality within organizations up to board level. She has been recognized severally as a technology and technical sales leader, media and content expert, and as one of the most influential women by various organizations. She is a strong advocate for women in leadership. She is passionate about technology and its potential as an economic equalizer and ability to open up opportunities for people. She is a frequently featured speaker across technology and media circles. Please let's put our hands together as we make welcome Teju Ajani.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to ask that we do something a little bit different now. Can you please stand up? Look at the person next to you. Okay, I know my zone now. Look at the person next to you and tell the person, look at them properly and tell the person you're special. Just by virtue of being here today, you're special. Okay, give the person a high five. That's right. Exactly, celebrate each other. This is something we need to learn to be comfortable with. Please sit down. But this is something we need to learn to be comfortable with, is celebrating each other. You've heard from, Mrs. Joma this morning. You're going to hear from more people during the day. But one thing I want you to take away is exactly that. You're here. You are special. You are special. Don't let anybody ever tell you differently. You are special. Why? I'll tell you why. So, according to most reports from the UN, United Nations, all that, right? Roughly about 50% of the world is women. In a lot of places, this shouldn't be surprising, we know this. In a lot of places, actually, there are even fewer women. However, when you look at the challenges globally, and you look at leadership, you look at decisions being made, in a lot of cases, women are not there. You're here this morning. You're sitting here at an event dedicated to the girl child. You're special. Don't forget. And I'm going to say this over and over again. If you take nothing else away from this place today, don't forget that you're special. What does that mean? It means that there's nothing that you want to do that you cannot do. Right? It means that there's nothing you put your mind to that you cannot do. What do you need? What do you need? What do you need? That's the question you should always be asking yourself. What do I need? The theme for today is This Is Me. So this is me, Teju, talking to you, and I'll share a little bit of my journey with you. Right? But when I tell you that your focus should be what do you need? What do I need to solve the problem that is facing me? What do I need to make something different than what already existed before? Right? What do I need to challenge what I know is not right? Or what do I need to improve something that's already there? It doesn't always have to be a challenge. Historically, women have suffered more globally due to different reasons across the world, right? Here in Nigeria, we know some of our issues, right? We know that there's more responsibility on the girl child when you get home to do more work than maybe your counterparts. We know that there's a lot of reliance on you doing more. When you finish school, then you have to go and take on more responsibilities that maybe sometimes men don't have to. We know that 132 million girls are out of school today. 132 million. 60% of that is in sub-Saharan Africa. What's the population of Nigeria? Somebody just give me an answer. Just call out any numbers. You don't have to be completely accurate because the number keeps changing. But Nigeria population is about, can I hear you? 200 million? Okay, about 200 million, right? In Nigeria, about 10 million is the word. 10.5 million children between the ages of 5 and 14, just slightly below you, right, are out of school. Now, out of that number, that's 5 to 14. From 15 to 17, it's roughly about the same. So that means you being here today, you sitting here, you having an education, you having the opportunity to listen to people speaking today, means that you're what? Thank you. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the saying goes, two heads are better than one, right? And one of the reasons that the speaker earlier was telling you, come here, network, connect with people. If you want to go and do things, you need people around you. If you want to succeed, look at where we are. We're here at the TD Experience Center, right? Udala Heights. Mrs. Choma is here, Ms. Gazi is here. All kinds of people working here. Nobody's doing it alone, right? But they've learned how to connect so that they can come together and achieve a goal. So I want you to remember and to begin to see yourselves as each other's connections, right? So that you can go further and achieve things, right? Now, when we look at the world, we see that there's a lot of technology innovation. Yes? Can somebody give me an idea? What do you think? When I say technology innovation, what comes to your mind? Somebody give me a phrase. Anything. There's no wrong answer. This is not an exam. So if I say yes, I see your hand. Okay. She said it means that the tech world is evolving and that a lot of things are coming every day. Can somebody give me an example of something they think is technologically innovative? Can I see your hand? Yes, you? Say that, drones. Okay, perfect. I like that, drones, right? Does everybody here know what a drone is? Yes? Okay. Drones are amazing, right? Drones are interesting. Drones are fun. You look at drones, you're like, wow, how do I start to use this? But guess what? We don't even have to go that far. What's your name? Kilani? Fadiwira. Fadiwira. Okay. Kilani Fadiwira is wearing glasses, right? She can sit here today wearing glasses that improve her eyesight because somebody did something a while ago. They innovated to find solutions to correct poor eyesight. That's an innovation, right? So I want you to begin to think beyond the big, bright, shiny things to how technology is involved in our everyday lives. Most of us here, even if you don't have your own mobile phone, you use a phone, right? If you don't even use anything amazing or major, most people this morning are wearing something with a zipper on it. A zipper is innovation, right? Before it didn't exist. Somebody decided, okay, we need something to secure clothing, and that's why the zipper was innovated. So I want you to expand your minds and think about the things that are innovative. Innovation usually comes because somebody's trying to solve a problem. So what are the challenges and problems that you experience that you're saying, I wish somebody would? Guess what? You're that person. There's no somebody else. There's no somebody coming to do it. You can be that person. And I bet you, if you're experiencing that problem, somebody else is as well. So that if you come up with a solution, right, it's going to benefit not just you, but somebody else as well. So we're talking this morning about this is me. The theme again is this is me, and I'm talking about the girl child, STEM, right, and the future. I've been in a lot of rooms. I've been in a lot of classes. I remember in school, in a lot of places, I was the only, is what I would call myself, the only. I was the only female. I was the only black person. I was the only, right, in a lot of situations. Now, that could either have made me nervous, it could either have made me shrink, it could have made me say, you know what, I'm not cut out for this, right? But knowing and having the sound of my mom in my ears, who always said to me, Teju, masters before marriage, right? She really, really pushed and, made sure that I understood the importance of education. Why did I go into technology? I was curious. I was always taught by my parents to be curious, to question everything, right? There's playback happening in real time, I guess. No worries. Okay. So, I was curious. I remember just at about your age, I've always been fascinated by computers. But just when I was about your age, I went for my first computer class, first computer programming class. And what I enjoyed about it was I could create something, right? I could create something with my own hands. I wrote a program. Yes, hello world, that's what everybody writes first, regardless of the language, right? And I wrote this program and it blew my mind that I could create something from nothing but my imagination. And then it puzzled me that the thing I had created, I couldn't even see, right? Because it's a computer program, it's in the ether, it's physical. So I couldn't see it. So that made me curious to learn more. I went on and I decided, based on advice, that I needed to find a career that was rooted in making money. And so I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to go and study economics and I'm going to own a bank. That was my goal. I was like, okay, since I'm supposed to go after the money, right? And I did the economics. I did it. And was it tough? Yes. Did I have my challenges? Yes. Did I like it? Yes. But I knew enough that that was not all for me. So the next thing I'm going to tell you is you need to learn yourself, right? I know that it sounds strange, but you need to know yourself. Who are you? What do you like? What gets you excited? What are the things that you are good at? What are some of the things that you need to improve on? Everybody is work in progress. I'm work in progress. There are things I still need to improve on. Nobody knows everything at any point in time. And you don't need to. That's the power of having other people around to rely on. But the thing I'm telling you now is, you need to know yourself. Know your skills. Know the things you like. In particular, because a lot of times that will guide you in your decisions as to what you want to do. So, I studied economics, I was done. And then, again, remembering my mantra, masters before marriage, okay, so what do I go and do now? And I decided I wanted to go and do my MBA. I got the opportunity, and I went to the US. Now, when I got there, when I got to school, I looked around and I said, yes, an MBA is nice, but remember this is me having learned, and I was still learning myself. An MBA is nice, but this bank thing, this money thing, is not really sitting too well with me. Can I do it? Yes. But okay, let me see what else there is. So I asked questions. The next thing I'm going to tell you, always ask questions. Be curious. There is no stupid question. There are only people that either don't know how to answer questions or people that don't have time. There is no stupid question. And the worst thing anybody can say to your request is no. Ask me something, anything. Ask me for anything. Somebody, just ask me a question or ask me for anything. No. No. Did that do anything to you? Exactly. Right? So the worst thing anybody can tell you is no. And if they tell you no, it's an opportunity for you to learn. Because then you can figure out why did the person say no? Right? What is the person saying no to? Anything. Look at it properly, and see if you can negotiate for a better rate. Whether you're trying to buy something, you do it all the time. When you go to the market and somebody says it's 1,000 naira, you say, collect 500. Right? And we go somewhere else, it's almost as if we forget. Especially when it comes to work. If you're ever going to work for somebody else, if you're ever even going to work for yourself, you need to also learn to recognize it. Right? Because you need to make sure that you're getting what you're worth. So negotiate. My first salary I was offered, I looked at it and I said, I'm going to practice this. Right? And I negotiated and I got $2,000 more on my salary. So I tell you that not to say, hey, this is, it was cool, but I had to think about why am I asking this person to give me more money? And I was able to successfully argue to say, you know what? Look at the distance I'm coming from. This is the rate that you're paying people here in this city, right? This is the people that do this job. This is the average rate. So what does that mean? I had also had to go and do research. So you also have to go and do some homework to learn so that you can ask for the things you need and the things you want. Right? Now this is me, Teju. Okay, software engineer, no problem. We're working, no problem. I got into my job, and I remember, I will never forget this. On one trip, I was traveling between cities for work, and I was coming back. So I met this person on the plane, and we were talking. And he's like, "What do you do?" And at that time, I was a support engineer. So I said, "I'm a support engineer." He said, "What a waste." What? Excuse me. I said, "But look at you. You're so pretty and so stylish. Why are you doing software engineering?" And I'm like, because that's what I want to do. That's what I like to do. And it takes nothing away from me being pretty or stylish or whatever. My looks are not me. I am a combination of everything that's external and everything that's internal, right? Your head, your heart, everything. That means the one thing I'm going to tell you again, this one, if you don't remember anything, remember this. If you look around, nobody looks like you. Yes, you might look a little bit like somebody else in the room, but you're unique and you're special. So what does that mean? It means it's a waste of time to compare yourself to somebody else. I can never be like her. I can never look like her. If I can't be some doctor to make me face to like her, but I can't look and be like her. I can only be the best version of me. And that is what each of you should strive for. Right? Be the best version of you. Get afraid. Right? Me too, sometimes. But I have this trick I'll teach you. When I look at everybody, right? You have moms, dads, uncles, and somebody around you. I remember walking into a meeting one day with the CEO on the back. And I will never forget looking at this man. It was my first time in the room, my first job in that role. And when I went in, I was now doing technical sales. So with the sales guy, I went in and he was into the room and that was rubbish. Why did you do that? This is rubbish, blah, 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 blah. And I learned a lesson that day. He said, "Thank you very much for your feedback, sir. So when can we have the next meeting?" When somebody corrects you, when somebody gives you feedback, don't let it sit. Listen, let it go in, take the information in, but don't let it sit. Don't say, "Wow, I'm such a failure," and then sit in that. Quickly learn what you need to learn, and then, address the problem. The next time I was to go back to meet this man, I was afraid. Because I said, this is the same person that lambasted us when we walked in, now we're going back. And I looked at him that day, and I walked in and I said to myself, "Teddy, this is somebody's grandfather. This is somebody's father. This is somebody's brother. This is somebody's uncle. You have all these people at home. Are you afraid to talk to your father? Are you afraid to talk to your uncle?" I wasn't. And because I wasn't, I would look at that man and I would say, okay, I'm just about to have a difficult conversation with my brother, with my uncle, with my father, with whoever, right? So I want you to take that and think about that such that whenever you're talking to somebody, if you're afraid, remember that they also have family. Look at them like they're your family member and say, maybe it's a difficult conversation, but I can do this, right? So don't forget that. Now, coming back to STEM, coming back to technology, engineering, math, and science. I've had a career that spans different companies. I've worked for amazing companies. I work with amazing people. I moved from technical support to technical sales. From technical sales, I switched to marketing. From marketing, I went back to product management. From product management, I went to business development. I was able to do all that, in my opinion, because of the foundation I had, because of the training that I had, because of the way I was taught to look at things and to solve problems, right? That, to me, is the advantage of a STEM education. It gives you flexibility. It gives you room to navigate. It empowers you, right, to make decisions that can affect your own life and to take your own career. Whether you go in on your own or you go work for somebody else, it empowers you to take your career into your own hands. So don't ever forget that. And with the rate of things changing now, with the kind of innovation that's happening now, the problem comes when you're not in the room. In most cases, a lot of technology decisions are being made by men because, not because they're malicious, but because they're just the ones that have been there. But because you're not there, I'm not there, somebody else is not there, that means that the decisions that get made, they have one single focus. We don't all think the same way. And the beauty of having many people and many different perspectives in the room is that you get a more substantive, you get a richer experience and you get richer solutions. So I don't want you to ever forget that your voice matters and you matter, your opinion matters, even if anybody tells you it doesn't. You know quietly inside that it does. And you really should work to make sure that you bring that opinion to the table wherever you are. Don't be shy to speak up. Don't be shy to share your opinions, even if they get turned down. Think about it and represent it in a way that that person can take it and understand. That's where I'm going to stop. So thank you very much, and I will take maybe one or two questions. Any questions? We have one.
What was the thing that made you know about what you want to do? Like when you wanted to study, what pushed you to what you chose?
Okay. So thank you for that question. Everybody heard her, right? Okay. So what pushed me, as you asked, was interest, curiosity, right? Like I told you, somebody said, okay, you need to learn how to make money. I looked, I was like, which one of these courses will help me? Okay, economics seems like a good way because that means I will understand how systems work and how money works, demand and supply, market. Okay, no problem, I studied that. Then I wanted to go back and I was like, okay, what do I do? So I looked at all the courses and I'm like, which ones? I didn't want to do computer science, but I wanted to do software engineering because when I looked at it, software engineering seemed like it would help me, allow me to create. And that was very, very fascinating for me. I was like, wow, I really want to learn this. The one thing I want to tell you is, you won't know, and it's okay. You won't know everything from day one. You might not know for sure that this is what you want to do for the rest of your life. Secret, nobody knows what they want to do for the rest of their lives. Some people say, oh, I want to be a doctor, and they pursue it. But even when they're going across or on that journey, sometimes they question. Because even in one field, there might be many different paths you can take. So you don't have to know everything, but it's good for you to know where you want to start today, right? And if you take that approach, then you can maybe see where else you want to go once you at least have learned that thing. Does that make sense? Any other? One more? Okay. Yes.
Science as computer programmer, is it possible for the person?
So if somebody has studied art and they want to switch to science or they want to switch to programming, is it possible? That's your question, right? Okay. In my opinion, and I will say in my opinion because it's possible. All that I'm sharing today is my opinion. I can only share what I've experienced, right? The reason I say yes, it's possible is that today, you don't have to wait for formal education. You guys are going to school every day, but that's not the only place you learn, right? You have access to libraries, you have access to friends, you have access to phones, you have access to computers. You have access to many different things, many different ways to learn. So if you want to change, it's going to have to be you motivating yourself to learn things that you learn. Does that make sense? So if you have a friend, if you want to learn computer programming, find a friend that you know knows somebody, even if that friend doesn't know it. Introduce you. Hey, can you teach me? Can you go online? Can you learn something different? Can you look at things? And there's so many free courses right now online that you can look at to take advantage of. So in my opinion, it's possible. I will say it only depends on how much you want it, because then you make that effort and put the energy in. Yes? Yes?
Okay, you said
I'm not a doctor, so I don't know for sure, but I will say that it's possible, right? That yes, even geniuses don't know everything, actually. Geniuses know a lot about specific things, in most cases. If you look at a lot of people that are considered geniuses, they're considered geniuses in certain fields, right? And what that tells me is that even a genius can learn from me, because they might know all about this, but they don't know some of the things that I know. Now, are they social misfits, or is that what you asked? Maybe not. But think about somebody is dedicated, and somebody is very, very focused on something and really, really likes one thing and one thing only. Does that make the person a social misfit? Exactly. So if people say, oh, that person is a social misfit, then maybe you need to check what they're saying versus telling the other person that, they're a misfit. Does that make sense? The last question, last question. Thank you for that question. So one thing I will tell you is, when a lot of people are giving you advice, they're giving you advice based on their own experience, and they're giving you advice in some cases based on where they are and what they've seen. They might say, for example, in Nigeria, theater arts might not be a good area of study. Why? Because that person is thinking about, how are you going to eat? How are you going to survive? How are you going to make money? Which is what a lot of people think about. You might be thinking about what makes me happy, right? So if you look at, you have to weigh it. Are you willing to sacrifice money to be happy? Because it might happen that that's what you will experience, right? Or you might go into theater and you might be the one person that changes it and makes something really amazing, and you'll be okay. Nobody knows. But people can only give you the best advice they can today based on what they know and based on what they've experienced. So you, as much as is possible, also have to make your own decision. And I know that it's not always easy, especially when you have your parents, you have uncles and aunties telling you a certain thing to do. It's not always easy. But if you really want to do something, you can always find a way. Even if you want to satisfy the family, okay, you want to go and do what everybody says you should do, maybe you can take theater art classes, or maybe you can get involved with theater art on the weekend. And when you are strong enough or able, if it is still your desire, you might be able to change and turn to that. That is, if you can't say, this is what I want to do, and do that now, right? So just think about multiple ways that you can get that. Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. I think I've spent more than my time, but thank you.
Is that all you can do? I don't know about you, but my notebook is filled. I have to get another one. Are we enjoying ourselves? Yes. More importantly, are we learning? Yes. I'm not going to ask you what's your take home from this session, because from your questions, And from all she has said, I know we'll sleep here if everybody will say what they've learned. That being said, we have a question and answer session much later. So if you have questions, just put them down in your writing pads, okay? For every question you have, just write it down so we do not forget. When we get to that point, you ask every question. You know, she said, ask me anything. So everybody who will speak, they'll be seated here. You can ask them what? Anything. Is there anything like a stupid question? No, there isn't. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Okay. At about this time last year, we had this same event where we had amazing, beautiful, very intelligent young ladies like yourselves here with us. Now, we're going to listen to their testimonies, what they have to say from the event, where they have been, where they are right now. Are we ready? And remember while you watch them that this will be you. People will be watching you too this time next year, right? Okay.
Not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
Yeah, my name is Bamdili Zion. I'm a girl of 17 years old. Yeah, I'm secondary school leaver. I left secondary school last year, about to gain admission to university. Yeah, I was being informed by someone to attend the program. Yeah, I felt it was a big opportunity since it was a program organized for a girl child, so I came to gain more in the program. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no... Yeah, like we had people who shared their minds, being a girl child, their problems, what they experienced, and gave out some encouragement. So, encouraging us as a girl child, and the rest like that. Yeah, I feel so great because it was a great honor. Yeah, being recognized for my academic performance, so I felt like that was so nice. So I really appreciate those people who did that. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, when the grace of God all through. So though some challenges based on the lockdown, but still have to further it. Yeah, I would love to become a medical doctor in the future. Yeah, I would recommend them to work harder in their education wherever they find themselves, because they too may also be recognized. Yeah, I'll tell other people about it so that they too they can try it and see how it goes. Okay, I would love to thank TV Africa for what they have done. Yeah, I feel so honored being among those people selected for having a great academic performance. And I really appreciate them for the laptop, yeah, because that's been a great idea to me. So I really appreciate them for what they have done, and I pray God continues to help them more.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown my mind. is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
Okay, my name is Benita Bio. I'm from Delta State. I'm a graduate of Federal Polytechnic Outreach, studying public administration, and I'm 25. Okay, I actually got an invite from a family friend, and formerly worked here. It was actually very nice coming to meet coming to relate with other people generally, just interacting with. My major highlight was just the interaction I had with other people. I got to meet like really interesting persons, and I think I met John Ifyok from that event. We still keep in touch. Actually, as at the point of coming to that event, I was just coming out from NYC camp. Yeah. Afterwards, I traveled back to where I was posted to, and I finished my service in 2020, I think February thereabout. And from then till now, we all know COVID came and actually disrupted a lot of things. But currently, I actually got a job twice in 2020. Yeah. I lost one because of the pandemic, and I got another one, and I'm working with them till now. I'm a team member in the Central Processing Unit in the UBA, United Bank of Africa. I'm actually looking to go into human resource management. Yes, I'm just using. There's no knowledge is a waste, as we all know. I'm just taking this as a training ground, my working with UB as a breeding ground to grow my skills. Yes, for the future. But I am actually looking towards human resource management. I'd say I would highly recommend it. Yes, because it's a really eventful event. Yeah, it's nice. It's actually nice to know that people actually. I know we are in a world of gender imbalance, and so it's an event that actually makes, or actually open the eyes of younger girls to know that okay, you are not limited to so sphere of life because of your gender. So it's a really nice event too, an eye-opening event to both every gender. It's not only for the female child, but because it was for the female, so it's a really nice and welcoming event. Okay, closing remarks. Okay, I would like to send a shout out. Hope I'm allowed to Adams. Thank you for inviting me. It was actually a nice event, and thanks to TD Africa for holding such eventful events. Because
This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
Okay, so my name is Kodisho Ekuma, and I also have other names, but this is the name I go by. Not many people know how to pronounce my name, but I guess that's the funniness. I'm in grade 10, and I recently turned 14 last month on the 22nd. I'm an art student because I've never fancied math or physics or chemistry. And it's nice to know about humans and living things since, I could classify myself as a living thing.
I am not a stranger to the dark. hide away, they say.
For the female child.
I wasn't really smart in primary school. I'd say that I really started to take my academics seriously when I got to secondary school. And it haunts me because I'm scared that something is going to happen, I'm going to fail, and people are going to find out that I'm still ordinary. My mom about it because she wanted her daughter to go there, but her daughter was quite young, so she opened up about it to other parents to see if maybe their children could go, and that's how I was able to attend. So it was a while ago. I'm not sure I remember everything, but there was a person that spoke that really stood out to me. I can't remember her name, but what she said was really cool. She spoke about how she overcame insecurity because she was talking about how she wasn't always slim, and I related to that because I've lost weight and I was really insecure at the time. So her story was really encouraging for me, and it was kind of like a motivation to keep going, and that I would be liked and I could be successful.
So we're going to pause it right here, and then we'll continue much later. Did you enjoy what you saw? Or were you enjoying what you were seeing? You have more testimonials from ladies who were last year. Right now we have another speaker. Her name is Olufunmilola Olorundare. She's a University Relations Analyst with International Business Machines Corporation, popularly known as IBM West Africa. Her responsibilities extend to the facilitation of skill development training, strengthening relationship with partners, and presentation of university relations programs to partners. Olufunmilola Olorundare is an accounting graduate
You have iPads, you have laptops, you have a whole lot of gadgets. We have our iPod and everything like that. All those came in line as a result of technology. So by the time we're going to check out this, they actually came in existence with the help of technology. So let's even leave that aspect. Let's come to the aspect of our smart TVs. It's actually technology also that technology. So practically all around us, technology is the language that we basically speak, you get. So let me share my screen with us now. I'd like to share my screen just to get to the business of the day. Okay, I'm sure we can see my screen, right? So my first slide, it says technology and the girl child. Why exactly did I decide to use this picture in particular? We can see that there are different girls there. There is, we can see different girls there. If we are meant to judge ourselves, definitely we can see some girls on hijab. We can see a girl wearing turban. We just see them. So what this picture simply depicts is that technology is not for a particular set of group. It is meant for everybody. And when I mean everybody, I mean you inclusive, myself inclusive. Because probably the way it's being called and the way it's being mentioned, yes, I know that, yes, our world is even changing and there are a lot of schools now imbibing digital literacy and the likes. But we still have a lot of people that have that mindset that when you talk about technology, the first thing that comes to your head is, oh, it's a guy's thing. It's the men that are doing things like that. But I'm here to tell you that no, it is for everybody. It is for you, it is for me. And remember, I came from an accounting background, so don't panic that, I've already picked science courses or I've picked science class in secondary school and I cannot move further. And for those that have even finished university, don't panic and say, oh, I've graduated as an art student, so there is nothing I'm looking for there. No, you are looking for everything there, and I'm going to prove that to you today. So yeah, and the thing is, we feeling that way is not our fault. There are some factors that actually prevent against the girl child education, and that's where it begins from. You know, yes, we appreciate the fact that things are better now. We have a lot of girls that are now going to school. We have a lot of girls that are learning now. At the same time, we still have a lot of girls that are not learning. You get their fault is probably their background that does not support the girl child education. So let us check out some of the factors that prevents the girl child. So that is where I bring up my next slide. So we talk about, and these problems, they're not just happening. They've been there, they've been happening. So we have the cultural issues, whether we like it or not. Yes, we are in a little bit enlightening part of this country, but trust me, there are still a lot of cultures that are against the girl child going to school. There are still a lot of them, and those cultures, they are not improving lives, they are damaging lives. Because the truth is, just imagine we bringing out a lot of all those girls that have been talked about, oh, education is not for you, school is not for you, blah, blah, blah. Just bring them out and train them let them have the right knowledge, equip them with the right skills. Just imagine the amazing thing that is going to talk. Because I actually paid attention to the testimonials, and those are fantastic testimonies from people from educated kids. So we need to really like take off all these cultural issues. Then we have the social and religious undertone, you know. In fact, even in our social gathering, even in our religious gathering, they don't really talk much about these things. You get, they don't really talk much, and I think it is part of the things that we should focus on, like the girl child also getting as equipped as the boy child. Do you understand? Then another thing is the perception of the girl child as being inferior to the male child. Yes, it's an age-long problem, but it's still happening. It may not be happening close to you, but if you look deeply, you'll find out that yes, it is still happening, and we're still going through issues like that. That's the truth. So the next point is subtle denial of access to specific education. I think I've spoken on that as well. So a lot of all those things are the ones holding back. So the truth is, yes, we may have some people that are not ready to learn, but how about those that are ready to learn, but the society, their environment is not giving them that opportunity to learn the way they want to. I'm sure we get that, right? Okay, so according to statistics, to my findings, I found out that in developing countries, men are 2.7 times more likely to work in digital world other than the girls. And if we find it, for example, let's go to, we can even do excursion and get out to all these tech companies and the likes, whether you like it or not, unconscious, like just probably we can just give it a test. Go out to all these tech hubs, go out to all these tech companies. The truth is, we'll find a large number of guys there. And why? Is because girls have been fed with that mindset of, oh, it's a difficult aspect to be, so you're not meant to be there. Okay, it's the guys that does things like that. But I'm here to tell you that no, girls can. Yes, girls can. And it's also found that across the world, fewer than 1/4 of digital jobs are held by female, which means that the digital jobs that are held by females, like, it's still very low. So we really need to get out there and like take our place. Like, and it's not it's not going to be a fight or something. It's just we knowing our capability, like the extent at which we can go. Because the truth is, if we don't get out there, we won't even know the extent at which we can go. That's just it. So let's evolve as the world is evolving. We shouldn't let anyone use the gender thing to like hold us down and stop us from being who we want to be. So we already sort out we've already checked some of the problems that prevent the girl child from like having a proper education and all. But the truth is, how about those that have the privilege to be educated, but they get scared? I'm talking about girls who they get scared, they get intimidated, they run away from some certain things. Let's see some reasons why they actually run away from technology. You know, I told you that a lot of people believe that technology is difficult at all. So, and I'm not saying it's simple either, but I just want to give us some reasons why I'm going away from technology, which I have already mentioned before, that the world already puts in a different idea in our mind, which definitely affects the way we think and the way we see it. And then we also accept with the society saying that, oh, this particular job is for the guys, and we can do everything we want to do, and we can achieve all things as long as we have an open mindset. That is the first thing, open mindset. Then the second reason why girls run from technology. For example, if you close your eyes, like the way I said the other time, imagine a software developer or an engineer working on a problem. The thing is, the next thought that will come to your mind, okay, for example, you find it on social media or on the net that a solution was created using XYZ app or XYZ tool. The first thing that comes to your head is probably the guy that did it. You get, maybe they said, oh, maybe they're talking about a famous software developer or an engineer, and they said, okay, the person achieved this, and that. The first thing that comes to your head is a man. Oh, it's a man that did it. No, it's not compulsory that it has to be a man. It simply means we ladies too can achieve as much as the men and even much more. Yes. So to my next point, why girls run from technology? A lot of people think tech engineers work in isolation. No, they don't work in isolation. In fact, I'll dive a little bit in it by the time I'm done with these reasons why girls run. They don't work in isolation. They work in a very free and relaxing environment, trust me. And also, a lot of people believe it is a narrow field. That is not a true one. That is false. It is not a narrow field. And okay, a lot of people also, the fear of it being hard too. But the truth is, yes, that's why I said before in the beginning that it's not like it's simple, but at the same time, it is not so hard that you can't do it. For someone else to be able to do it, it simply means you can, I can. So another thing that makes girls run from technology is long working hours. But at the end of the day, we even see that it's not only technology that requires long working hours. We have a lot of our business moguls that when they tell you that working schedule is almost the same thing or even more than someone that works in a technology company. So when I said I will go back to the isolation aspect, it's not isolated. Like I mentioned earlier, I am an accounting graduate. So I found myself in the tech world. You get, yes, when I got there, yes, everything, definitely, I wasn't used to it. I was like, oh, how am I going to cope? In fact, when I got there, the languages I was hearing were very strange to me. I was hearing things like artificial intelligence, data scientists, blockchain, and I'm like, how do I fit in? Where do I start from? Like, seriously. But the truth is, like what I said before, an open mindset and a spirit to always be ready to explore and learn. Trust me, you can fit into anywhere. An open mindset and the spirit to want to explore, to want to learn new things, you can fit into any sphere. Trust me, any. I'm not a science student. Yes, I did commercial courses. I did things like commerce, business studies. I did things like economics, yes, accounting. Those were the subjects I did in school. And that was part of the things that put fear in me when I got to the tech world and be like, what exactly am I finding here? Let me just go and look for my own bearing. But you know what? My open mindset kept me there. And we'll continue the next, the other side of the story in the course of the learning. Okay, another aspect that I want us to check into is addressing the barriers to the girl-child education. The truth is, aside from the fact that we have the cultural aspect, we also have a way of addressing those barriers. That's the truth. We have a way of addressing. And so let's check on some of the aspects. So here I stated that ICT is a vehicle for addressing the barriers. What does a vehicle do? A vehicle actually transports you from one location to the other. So simply means that ICT is that which will transport you from not being educated and not being properly informed to the being properly informed aspect. That is what ICT will do for you. You get, ICT will get you more informed. ICT will move you further than even your peers that don't have the idea of it. So, the first thing we need to address is the access to information for the girl child to improve learning. and which is why I really love what is happening today. It is also a means of getting the girl child aware of who she can be if she's open to it, if she has an open mindset. So I really like happening today is the platform that just helps you to express yourself and helps and always remind you that I can, if others can, if this person can, yes, I can. It is just a matter of mindset. And then we another ways where we can address this is improving the girl-child interest and motivation to learning, which is also what we can get here. Improve the girl-child academic achievements. This is also promoting that, which I love so much. Promote creativity and smart learning among girls. I told you, one thing with technology, one thing with ICT is the fact that it helps you to be creative. It helps you to be innovative. You just want to come up, because by the time you get to study other case studies, other things that has happened, other people that have used technology appropriately and to create things, you will be geared up and stirred up, and you will want to also say, oh, let me come up with something. So it helps you think deeply. It helps you to be able to create. Do you understand? So another point is it stimulates the interest of young females towards technology as they improve their technology and innovative skill. And then the most important thing, it bridges that gap. You know that gap that we were addressing at the beginning? It bridges that gap between the creative talent and opportunity between them. So it bridges that gap. You know, when a girl child gets herself educated, get herself with the right skill, put herself in industry where a lot of people think it's just gender. When you put it, it bridges that gap that says, oh, this particular talent and opportunity are for guys. It bridges, we get to close that gap. Do you understand? And we get to see ourselves as being capable to fit in to any aspect, career-wise, job-wise, and the likes. So my next slide is to address the aspect that shows us how technology skills can change the life of a girl child, and which is part of what in one way or the other I have mentioned it in my other slides, which is technology can help improve the girl child education. So at the end of the day, because whether we like it or not, it's just that some of our schools now that are imbibing that idea to include things like ICT and technology. But during the years that I school, my school, secondary school, even university, we didn't have things like that. There was nothing like, I had never heard of artificial intelligence, or I never heard of any emerging technologies before. Never. I didn't hear it till I started school. I did not hear it. That is the truth. And I think we still have a lot of people that are like me that have not even heard about it. We have. And the truth is, what technology does is it improves the culture. And one thing I'm glad about is that we have now looked at imputing all these technology as part of. I think that another thing that technology does is that it promotes gender equality. So there is no segregation, there is no sidelining of one gender, there is no the other. You know, what this person can do, I can do it too. Do you understand? It's just a matter of an open mindset. Also, it improves job opportunities by expanding jobs for girls. You know, there is this traditional mindset that, okay, I think psychologically we just believe that there are some particular jobs that are meant for girls. No, there are like, we can lay our hands on any job as long as we want to. As long as we want to have that job, we can get it. but appropriate skills. Because if you don't have the skills, you cannot get the job, you cannot get the opportunity. So technology also improves job opportunities. So it makes girls understand the fact that just being an accountant, you can go beyond just being a chef. Those are great careers too. In fact, you can even use technology to enhance your business, and it looks so different from the other ways that every other person is doing it. For example, as a fashion designer, there is a way you can use AI, one of the tools in AI, to actually create a cognitive dress. It makes your designs to stand out. That's the truth. It makes your designs to stand out, and it's different from just a random person that just picks pencil and decides to sketch. You know, like the cognitive dress and the AI tool will broaden, like the for example, if you make your designs, what the AI tool will just do is it will tweak it a little bit for you and make it different from what someone else can think about. So technology can also be imbibed in even our businesses. So it is not just even about maybe careers and all. We can infuse technology in our businesses. So also encourage independence, empowerment, promote sustainable development. So let me just be very quick with it because of my time. And okay, you probably will be asking yourself that, okay, if I decide to like go for technology, careers and everything like that, what am I to expect? Because okay, since it has already been made clear that okay, technology is an open field for also a lady, and what are the things you should expect? Number one, expect the potential for flexible working hours. Like I said, okay, I work with IBM, and that is one reason why I'm joining online, because due to the pandemic, we've been under strict restriction. I have physical contact. So presently we're working from home, and that also affects our physical activities as well. So most of our activities are being done virtually, and our working hours are actually flexible. They are not as killing as people make it look like that. Oh, technology and you just be scared and everything. No, the potential for flexible hours, that is available, and you get to work on projects. I love that a lot because it helps you meet people, it helps you, and it gives you new ideas. It gives you, like you just get to have like a fresh experience all over again. So once you are addressing a particular project, you know definitely this project will be different from your next project, and it just gives your mind, like it just opens your mind to accepting like changes, and you get to lay your hands on different things, and then with that you have different knowledge of various things. Then it helps your creative instincts and interest. Then you actually contribute to the advancement of the society. So you can't be in the tech world and not want to contribute to the advancement of the society, because you have to create solutions. The major reason why technology came on board is to solve problems. So you have to be a problem solver before you say that, oh, I want to dive into technology. So you cannot go into technology and say, oh, I just want to sit and relax. No, technology is not for someone that wants to sit and relax. You must be ready to be creative. You must be ready to think. You must be ready to also contribute to your environment. For example, you realize that, oh, the particular school is not having the right connectivity. As a tech person, you come up with great ideas that can solve that problem. Set people are problem solvers. Yes. So that one is very important. Then the joy of discovery and of solving tricky problems. I mentioned that. Then learn that it is okay to fail, even repeatedly. If your attitude is right, this builds your confidence and resilience. A lot of times you are scared of failing, but the truth is, one way or the other, we have to fail to get some things right. Do you understand? It is not your attitude towards that thing that failed that determines whether you're going to go further or you're going to get stuck. Have I failed before? Yes, countless times. But what has helped me, my open mind to say, I will not remain here. I want to move forward. That is what changed everything. And that is the mind that I want us to have today. That yes, don't be, okay, don't say, oh, because, oh, I tried it this one time, it's not working, I'm not doing it again. No, you try again. You try again and again and again and again until you get it right. That is it. So salaries tend to be on the high side, yes, that I can attest to. Tech world pays very well. So if you want good pay, trust me, tech world is where to belong. Then technology careers are in high demand, and that's the truth. Even home and abroad, yes, it's in high demand. If you check online properly, you get to see it. So let me just run through. Then key interventions to note. The truth is, in the tech world, we won't be the first person to start. We have a lot of females that have done it before, and they are still doing it. And the truth is, we have examples of, I gave some examples here. We have the likes of Juliet Ehiwan. She's the country director of Google. We all know Google. So she's the country director. And we have Omowale Ashiru. She is the MD of Andela. So, yes, and we have some that I did not even bother to mention. Let me, the reason why I want to mention these three ladies is because they are actually young and they did something spectacular, so that we won't just be thinking it's just the engineering aspect that is in tech. No. There's these three ladies, if I can remember properly, I think they are Esther, we have Cassandra, and one other lady like that. They are from Ghana. Ghana is an African country. And what do they do? I think in order not to I think when they got tired of searching for job and everything like that, so, and they have this fashion line. And what did they decided to do? Three of them came together and they created initiative. So they made this initiative called Tress. Tress is an app. It's a fashion app. You get where, and what can you do on that app? You can get to choose, it's an hair care app where you can get to choose hairstyles as an African lady. You can get to choose hairstyles. You can even search for stylists on that app, and also you can even find some costs that are fixed pertaining to hairdo on that app. And it is girls, like young girls. They're not old women. So don't even let's say that probably maybe they're old or something. No, they're young girls. Three, we can check them out. Esther, Cassandra, and Priscilla. So the name of the app they created is Tress. We can check it out. That is TRESS. When we are free, we can check it out. And you see the amazing thing they actually did with their app, which is something great. And how did that come in on board? Is through technology, through ICT. Also, part of the things we can check out for, just to broaden our knowledge, is the Tech and the Girl Child Initiative. Just go to Google, type Tech and the Girl Child Initiative, and then you just read, and that is part of the things. Read, learn, lay your hands on things. That's it. And also there is another site called the World Through Code Clubs Africa. For example, when we hear coding, we get scared and everything. I never had any basic knowledge on coding. But the truth is, when I got to IBM, I was scared to even start. But when I started, I was like, okay, yes, it's not simple, but at the same time, it's something I can do. And I started to learn. Do you understand? So there is nothing we cannot learn once we have an open mind. And then we have the Girls in ICT Day, International Girls in ICT Day. We can read about things like this. We have code meeting. We can read like that since we're in Lagos, so we can learn about. We can check the Code Lagos initiative online, read and learn. Like we shouldn't stop learning. That's another big thing. Then driving me to then another thing is we have some OEMs that actually promote digital literacy programs. And we have the likes of Microsoft. We are familiar with Microsoft. So Microsoft is doing something based on digital literacy program. They have their digital literacy program. Google have their digital literacy programs, and IBM also have their digital literacy programs, which is called the IBM Digital Nations Africa. and I'm just going to run through with you. Basically, this platform is a free platform. You learn emerging technologies for free. And why exactly did IBM create these IBM Digital Nations Africa? It's just a way of giving back to Africa, a way of empowering African youth with digital skills, just to improve the employment opportunities. Because let us, okay, like the example I made before, that when I was in school, there was nothing like emerging technologies or things like this as part of our curriculum. So by the time we got to the outer, we were taught, yes, the things we were taught in school are not wasted, but the truth is, when we want to get to some particular fields outside school, we need some important skills, and tech skills are very important. They are super important. So no matter the class you are, whether science, art, or commercial, no matter, you can access this platform. It is for free. You sign up. If you are under 18, you will need your parents' approval to be able to be on the to be able to register on the platform. But if you are above 18 and above, it is for free, and it is for Africans, yes. So you can learn emerging technologies here. And another great thing about it is, it has 3 tracks, which means 3 journeys. We have the explorer, the innovator, and the new caller. Like I said earlier, you don't have to have ideas about emerging technology before you lay your hands on there. Just open your mind that you want to have technology skills, that you want to be equipped with digital skills, and trust me, you start from the explorer, and the explorer breaks each emerging technologies down to the minimum level for you. It starts from the scratch. And one good thing is that it has case studies. You can see other things that people have actually laid their hands on and created due to these technology skills. And you yourself can all decide to innovate something, create something. And when you come to the innovator aspect, this is where you get to build. And one good thing about this platform is when you register, you automatically have a free Cloud-Light account whereby anything you build or create or innovate, it simply it stores there for free. Yes, so once you register, automatically you get a free Cloud-Light account with IBM Cloud. Yes. And the new caller aspect is apparently when we get to the aspect of maybe we now need a job, so you can align your skills to the required jobs. So okay. So sorry about that break. So like I said earlier, so the explorer aspect is the innovator and new caller. And one interesting thing is you're not just going to learn and just go like that. You're going to get your digital badge, whereas your digital badge you're going to you can put it on your social media as and get to see what you've been able to, the skills that you've acquired. Do you understand? And then whosoever needs, whichever company needs your skill will definitely reach out to you. So that's basically that about the IBM GNE platform. And then if you say that, okay, so this step what are the employments that I can even get by going through the skills, the emerging technology skills on this IBM GNE platform. Here are various careers that you can pursue. You can decide to want to be a data scientist, business intelligence analyst, application security engineer, business process developer, mobile applicator, predictive analytics modeler, and the likes like that. So like I said earlier, it is an online platform and it is self-paced, so it is not timed. So I think that's that for me for today. So like I said earlier, don't let your background stop you. Don't let the aspect where you are in school stop you, whether you are in art or commercial. You can also be relevant in the tech world. Trust me. And whether we like it or not, the world has gone digitalized now. So we need to really equip ourselves with the necessary skills. And if you need the link to access the platform, I'm sure the organizers will be available to share it with everybody. Thank you very much, and I'll be available for questions and answers during the panel session. So you can prepare your questions down for me. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for staying through with me. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Wow. Please clap if you want to clap. That was very insightful. Yes. Okay, so there are key things that she said, and even through the course of this we've had, something keeps reoccurring, and that's every single speaker spoke about them being very deliberate, about their decisions. He said she had a mantra, so we have to be deliberate. Who's going to go on the platform here? Who's willing to go on that platform? Who? Yes. Awesome. So everybody will definitely, and I believe the link would be available for us before we leave here, to go on the platform. And she also spoke about career, things that you could end up becoming if you're able to assess the skill. And one of such mentioned, she said, data analyst. Today in our midst we have a lady. Her name is Mrs. Adeyinka Adejumobi. She works with Technology Distributions TD Africa. She is a data analyst at TD. Today she will be teaching us what a lot of people thought only men could do, and that's coding. Who ever thought a woman could code? Who? See, so she'll be here showing us things that we can do on a daily basis and how we can, use coding to interact with our daily activities. While she's setting up, while she's just getting ready to show us, I'd like somebody to tell us, so the last speaker as she spoke, she gave us 6 points and a bonus on what to expect as a girl child. Who remembers? Because I see that everybody was writing. Who remembers some of the things that she said? Yes. Try and be audible so we can hear you. You get to work in project. Yes. Yes. Say that again. You have to be creative. Yes. Yeah. You contribute to the advancement of the society. Yes. Yes. She said so. We have to be problem solver. Yes, somebody also said that before. New discoveries, yes. Somebody had asked a question, she wants to study theater art, right? And that how would technology, people just go like, But somebody also mentioned drones. Drones, we use them for movies, right? They use them to capture. So technology is essential, very important for every single thing that we do, right? She was able to connect to us. She wasn't here physically. That was because of technology. So we need it in everything. And I'm sure that Inka here would, throw more light into that as she, takes us through the endless possibilities in coding.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma. All right, so my name is Adeyinka Adejumobi. I'm a data scientist at CD, like she said. Okay, so technology has done a lot of things to us, and I'm going to be showing us one of the things we can use coding for. I'm so sure we are so familiar with applications. For example, our bank apps. A lot of people don't have to go to the bank to transact any longer. Okay, so this is because of the programming and the coding things that has been done behind that we all don't know about. So before all these things are being innovated, I think there is a thinking around it. Why do we have to do this thing? I'm sorry. Alright, so as I was saying, there's a problem we are trying to find solution to, right? That is why we are innovating. For instance, we are all familiar with calculator. We all use calculator in school, right? Why do you think we have to invent a calculator? Or why? Anyone? Sorry? Exactly, for accuracy and to make it easy for us. So programming is just to make life easy, to do things in a very easy way. Alright, so today I'm going to be showing us a demo on how our basic calculator was coded, or how the programming behind it, how it was being done. Okay, so I'm going to be sharing my screen with us.
While we're waiting for Yinka to set up and share a screen, we have very light breakfast going round. Don't allow that to distract you. Just take it and try and concentrate so that we can receive the energy that we need to focus on the interesting topic that she's taking us through. Okay, so we are going to be taking our next speaker to come back to the coding aspect. Don't worry, we're not leaving that out. Okay, so our next speaker is Eki Osoyade, and she'll be taking us on ICT and our world today. Sayade is one of the leading independent university admission counselors in Africa. She is the founder and principal consultant at Desi Advisory, Nigeria's premier education consultancy with expertise in admissions, counseling, college and high school student counseling, tutoring and test preparation, and school research that works with students globally to help them get into the schools of their first choice and best fit. That's really exciting. Eki serves as the board of Loyola Jesuit College Alumni Association and the Stanford Club of Nigeria, as she's an alumnus of both schools. Eki is passionate about education and access to education, health and wellness, Black excellence and the empowerment of the girl child. Please put your hands together and welcome with me, Eki.
Or regardless of what you do, technology is pervasive. And I would echo what my previous speakers have said in always have an open mind and always be curious. Be bold and be curious. I think with these two outlooks to life, you would always excel. You would always achieve your potential. And because I work in education, we're going to have quite an interactive session. There's going to be questions and answers. Okay, so we've been saying ICT, ICT, ICT. Do we all know what ICT means? Oh, fantastic. Okay. Who doesn't know what ICT means? Don't be shy. We're bold and we're curious today. Okay, everybody knows. So can you tell me what ICT means? Please stand up and speak up. Yes. Yes, you. Fantastic. Did we all hear her? So she said ICT stands for Information and Communications Technologies. Good. My next question, the International Girls in ICT Day, which we celebrate today, was started by which international organization? Do we know? Because we're going to leave today knowing everything we need to know about ICT, the Girls in ICT Day, and I mean, we're going to learn. So does everybody know who, or does anyone know where the International Girl for ICT Day, how it came about? Okay, so this is a United Nations initiative. We all know what the United Nations is. It's an international organization comprised of all, if not all, the countries in the world. So the United Nations Women Initiative and the United Nations, I think it's the International Technology Union started the Girls for ICT Day 10 years ago. So it is fairly recent, the fact that we are focusing on getting more girls and women in STEM and tech. and tech careers. Do we all know what STEM stands for? Okay, fantastic. We have very brilliant girls here, so we're making very good progress. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So this is the foundation of a lot of tech jobs. I think traditionally, because in today's world, we are learning that regardless of what you choose to do, you will encounter technology. You will need to leverage technology in everything you do. So I think we should all keep that at the back of our minds for today. So ICT in our world, it's ICT and our world today, that's the topic. The world's fastest growing sector is ICT, undoubtedly. Let's look globally. What are the largest companies in the world? Or what are the companies we know about? The Facebooks, the Googles, the Apples, the HPs, Dell, Xerox. Technology is technology is not the future, technology is the now. And I think it behooves us all to understand this and to then key into it. And more so for the girl child, because it's empowering economically and many other ways. Technology plays a role in all kinds of careers today, from art to history to law to teaching, graphic design, name it, technology plays a role. I work in education, but I know the amount of research I do by virtue of using technology. Even when I'm working with clients, I've worked with clients I've never met in person because we have virtual technology to communicate without even meeting in person. It opens up the world for us. And I think it's important in our world today to understand how technology really makes the world a global village. We're here in Lagos, but we can establish relationships and grow relationships with people all over the world by virtue of technology like our mobile phones, tablets, computers, and even with COVID, have we all heard of Zoom? Zoom technology is fantastic. So for a long time, we always thought we had to meet in person. But COVID happened, the pandemic happened, and we learned, you know what, we can actually meet virtually. And technologies resulted as a result of the COVID pandemic, technology came about to solve problems. We've been told all morning, technology is a problem solver. I want us to consistently look around us and think, what are the problems in my immediate community? What are the problems I face personally? What are the problems in my family, in my country, in the world? Technology would always be the facilitator, I would say, to solve these problems. We've been here today. Maybe sometimes the microphone keeps coming in and out, or it has this sharp, piercing sound. What can we do about that? How can we solve for that today? What can we learn from this and say, you know what, we're going to, we came to the ICT day at the Tech Experience Center and noticed that the microphone was coming in and out. How do we solve for that? This is how I want us to always be thinking. What are the issues I see around me? How do I solve for them? So, like the jobs in the future, for example, would largely be driven by technology and innovation. 65% of children entering primary school today will have jobs that do not yet exist. 10 years ago, were there influencers? Do we know who influencers are? Okay, so are we on any social media, for example, any social media applications like Instagram, Facebook, and there are people who make a living from sharing their lives on social media. There is digital marketing. There are companies who market their products, market their services solely by use of the internet, solely by use of social media, email marketing, etc. So we need to keep all these things in mind to understand that in the very near future, the world is changing very fast. We are in the information age. We are in the digital age. The most valuable currency today is data. It is not oil, it is not gold, it is data, it is information. And that's why ICT is so profound to me, because it harnesses information. Knowledge is power. Can everyone say that? Knowledge is power. And in today's world, we really have very little excuse as to not be informed. There's the internet. Even if we don't have smartphones, we may have access to it from our parents, or even at school with laptops. I didn't have a laptop for a very long time until I got to university, you know. But at the same time, you have access to libraries, you can read, you can communicate with people and learn about different cultures from all over the world. So in our world today, information is key. Data is gold, or data is the most valuable asset. So let's keep that in mind and always seek to empower ourselves with information. Okay, so with regards to our world today, I'll just talk about various aspects in which ICT has permeated and also as a result made our lives better. Like home and domestic activities, for example. For a long time, we would have had to maybe, and a lot of us still do, hand wash our clothes and do many similar things. But technology has also created appliances, for example, which allow us for better time management. We can use washing machines, we can use dishwashers, we can boil our water very quickly, things like that. So these are ways that technology is helping us in our world today. Looking at education, a lot of us learn in the classroom, but as Mr. Ajani and the previous speaker, Mrs. Fumi, the lady who spoke from IBM spoke, there's e-learning. There's a lot of things we can learn online. I can tell you specific websites. There's Udemy, U-D-E-M-Y, where there are various courses from top schools all over the world that you can sign on for free and learn. So now, with technology, we don't only have to be in a classroom to learn. You can read blogs, you can sign up for online classes and things of that nature. Also, with regards to health, a lot of times we would have to go to the hospital to see a doctor, and many times it might be necessary. But even with the pandemic in Lagos, telemedicine has become very popular. It's not everything you have to go into the hospital. Sometimes you may do a virtual consultation. And something that's very fascinating to me is 3D printing. Have we all heard of 3D printing? Oh, fantastic. Who wants to tell us what 3D printing entails? Show of hand, please. Okay. Please stand up and speak up. Okay, thank you. What's your name? Thank you, Dukwe. Dukwe has an idea of 3D printing, but literally, 3D printing entails printing images from a 3D printer that becomes the actual object. It's very hard to comprehend, but I think after today, or even during the demo session when we're working with the different computers here, we can Google it, because now you can actually print out limbs, for example. A hospital that has a 3D printer can print out a leg, an actual human leg. It's not human technically, but can print out a leg that people then would then be attached to someone who's lost a limb, for example. So these are ways that ICT is advancing our world at a very fast pace today. And that's why, as much as I would encourage women to go into STEM, because of the flexibility it gives, nonetheless, regardless of what you study, ICT is permeating. ICT is pervasive. If I'm saying anything you don't understand, please make a note so that we can clarify in the panel session. But I think it's necessary for us, regardless of our interest, to think of how can I leverage technology today to make my work better. For example, the girl who asked about theater arts. Some people might not rate it, but we know enough to know today that we've learned enough. Oh dear. Hello? Okay, I think it's a bit better here. We've learned enough today, at least, to know that regardless of what you want to study, whatever it is you want to study is valid. but you must give yourself the best chance by empowering yourself totally, through and through. In fact, I love TD Africa's logo, which is empowering you. What did I say? My favorite quote is, knowledge is power. It's so simple, but it's everything to me. When you know, you can do. When you know better, you do better. I want to study theater art, and they think, maybe in Nigeria, that doesn't make as much money, but there might be a country in the world. From research, you can learn that in Korea, theater arts is fantastic. And now I'm not confined to Nigeria because I also have ICT. I have a video camera, I can record myself and share it globally, where someone somewhere can value it, even if we're looking down to the economics of money and earning a living. So it's necessary for us to consistently look for ways to expand our possibilities, and today's world makes it easy. You don't have to have an expensive smartphone. Any phone that works with the internet suffices. And I would also encourage all of us here, and we've all been, I've been about your age many years ago. It's easy to take up your phone and do many different things with it, but you should also understand that that is a tool for learning. It's a tool for helping yourself. It's a tool for advancing yourself out of whatever is your present day condition. Yes, we all have fun on our phones, but Google is very helpful. Ask Bing is there are many search engines globally that allow us to learn and then to empower ourselves with what we've learned. Even banking, which was just mentioned, back in the day, to transfer money, you would have to go into a bank, into a brick and mortar bank. But in today's world, we have apps that do a lot of things for us. This has made life easier. These are ways that, short of being a data scientist or a software engineer, we still see how tech is improving the quality of our world today. So I think it's necessary for us to always look around us, be curious, be inquisitive, have a very open mind. Think about how whatever it is in front of you has gotten here and how it can be better by being innovative. So, so I think my talk has been quite short, but I hope I have been able to explain to you how in today's world, ICT permeates everything. ICT can make everything better. I think it's necessary to maybe mention some, I wouldn't say there are particularly negative impacts of ICT, but I think it's necessary to share all. Regardless of how much access we get from technology and communication technologies, we should always seek for in-person communications. I think the world has become smaller, but sometimes it's also become lonelier. Being on a computer or a phone does not excuse you from also having in-person interactions, from also leading a very active and physical life. We mustn't sit on our phones and hunch all day. You can do it for as long as it's necessary, but we must also always keep an active lifestyle. And also, with regards to, a lot of us have a lot of screen time today, and it affects the eyes. I had perfect eyesight up until I started using my laptop, and now I need glasses to see everything. There's something called a blue light filter. I don't know if you've heard of it, but these are things that protect your eyes from screen. So as much as we're pro-tech and pro-STEM and pro-ICT, it's also necessary to equip ourselves with the necessary knowledge on how best to use these things without it being disadvantageous to us. So on that note, I will hand over, and thank you all for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So that wasn't just about ICT, but you also taught us how to take care of our eyes. And they're very important, right? Because for as long as you live, you will need your eyes, right? So for me, what I'll do after this is to go back online and use Google and research on successful women within the ICT industry.
that's something I would definitely do. I don't know, so I'm just saying this to say to you, go back and do the same. There's so many of them. We have one of them seated here. She is a giant in the industry, right? So we'll get to hear from her in the course of the event. Let me just still keep that. But definitely it'll be very important for us to go back, you know, and research these things and learn just, you know, because we don't know what tomorrow holds. This is a platform for all of us. It's an opportunity and an avenue to, you know, open our eyes to the possibility in ICT. So we'll go back to Adeyinka to take us on, you know, the possibilities within coding.
Defining some variables. So what I mean, don't worry. So what I mean by variables are like storage. So in coding or programming, that's what we use to store whatsoever we need to store. So I'm going to be defining addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. We have modulus too, right? And what's modulus? Anyone? Alright, okay, so it's the remainder of whatsoever you divide. Okay, so I'm going to be, you can watch on the screen. So first, I'll do a function of add. I'm going to pass the parameter inside, let's say the x and the y. Okay, so that's the function for addition. Can we still hear me? Alright, okay, so what do I want this function to do? I want it to return this x plus y. So that means I'm doing the addition of x and y. Alright, so I'm going to define the same thing for subtraction. Subtract. Can we see this? No. Okay, it's too tiny, right? Yes. Oh, sorry about that. Can you see the screen? Can you see the words on the screen? Alright, okay, so there is a def at x, y. That means I'm storing. Okay. So this means I'm defining a variable add. So whenever I call this function, I want it to do an addition of whatsoever I pass in my x and whatsoever I pass in my y, right? So it's just like doing a 2 plus 2. But this is coding. We want to practice it. Alright, so I'm going to define subtraction too. So that is def subtract. Let's also pass maybe a x and a y. Okay. So what should we print when we do this? It should do x minus y. Are we following? So it should do x minus y. Let's say I type for my x to be 3 and my y to be 1. So it should do 3 minus 1, which should give me 2, right? Alright, okay. I'm trying to see if I can zoom this out. I don't think so. Alright, let's continue. I'll be calling it out. So also I will do for, so we've done for addition, we've done for subtraction. Don't forget we are still storing our variable. We are still storing our values in the variable. Right? So we're not doing anything calculation on it yet. So we'll also do for multiplication. So I'm doing def multiply. So the multiply is just like a variable name. You can use anything. You can use maybe A or I. So for you to be able to read what you're actually typing, you have to at least put something where someone else can read without you explaining to the person. So if a layman comes and says, oh, def multiply, so that should tell the person that, okay, I'm doing a multiplication, right? So that is why I'm using multiply for this. So I'm doing x times y. So I will do x comma y, which is what we have here. So what do I want this to do? It should do x times y. So whenever I call on def multiply, it should print whatsoever x is, then multiply it by y, then give me the result. Alright, so let me do for division of def divide. It should do x divided by y. So I'm returning that. Are we following? Alright, okay. Okay, so we are done storing all that we need. Now it is time for us to tell our user what they should print. Okay, so you can actually do it yourself by saying, if I want to do an addition, do x plus y. But I don't think it makes sense that way. You want your user to be able to input anything and not just add code it and say it's only it's only 2 plus 1 I can do. You should be able to have different numbers, multiply it, divide it, or whatsoever. So now we are going to be calling on user to input a value for x and a value for y. So let's say our num1, which is number 1, should be input. We use input to tell a user to bring in something. So input. So what should we tell our user? A. Give me a number, and I will add date for you. Okay, let me just say give me a number. That's for input 1. Alright, so remember we have 2 parameters in all the declarations we've made. We have an x and a y. So that means we have to be telling our users to give us 2 inputs. So I've done for the 1, so I'll do for the second, which will be that num2 should also do inputs type the second number. Alright, so what do we do next? This is where all that we've coded will come to action. So we tell the program to say, hey, whenever I call on you, add, do this for me. Or if I call on you, multiply, do this for me. So let me call the add. Let me save it in results. Add. So if you can see well, let me go to the screen. So I know it's very tiny, but this is the add here. If you look at this, it's pointing at a x and a y, which is what we've called. Okay, so what will this x be? It will be that thing you've asked your user to input, which will be num1. So now you're representing it as the num1. Are we following? Okay, num1. And there's a y also, which will be num2. So whenever I call on add, it will give me the answer in results. It will be saved in results. So that result is just like a variable named result. Alright, so that's that. So how do we see our results? We need to print it out. So if maybe you have an information on your system or on your phone and you need to get it out. Okay, so So if you want to get the information out, you have to print it, right? So which is the same thing we are doing here. So we print, what are we printing? What we've actually called. So let me say print, you know I already saved it in results. So I can say print results. So let's test what we've done. Let me run the program. So you see that there is a message on the screen which says, A, give a number. So anyone should suggest a number we can use rather. 5. So there's going to be an error here. I want us to see the error so we all know how to solve it together. So 5. The second one says type the second number. 2. What are we expecting to get from the results? No, there's a 5 and a 2. 7, right? But see what will happen. 52. Is that what we're expecting? Alright, so the reason why we're having this is we only told the user to input a number, but we didn't specify the kind of the type of data that the user will input. So whenever you do something like this, it's just going to take it as a string. So the data type it's bringing to us is a string. So now for us to instruct it that no, we want an integer, you have to specify it there, that int. Is it interesting to us? Yes. Nice. So, alright, maybe it's going to be doing that for me. Okay. Alright, so just where we have the inputs, we will just specify here that whenever you see this call, it should be an integer. So you do it for the 2 calls that we have. So let's run this program again. So the message on the screen says, give a number. What number are we using this time? 7. The second one says, type the second number. Okay, majority says 3. So we should get what? We should get 10. 7 plus 3 should give us 10. Okay, so we have a 10. Can we all see it? We can't see it. Okay, so I'm going to be showing few people that are close to me. Can you see this? What can you see there? Can you also see? Alright, so that is how coding works. So for addition, that is what you see. So let's do it for all that we've saved. We've done the same thing for subtraction, for multiplication, and for division. So we've only been able to practice that of addition. So for subtraction, what do? We also call it the same way we've called addition. So let me come here and call subtract. So what number are we subtracting? Number 1, 10. Number 2, 5. It should give us what? 5. Alright. Okay, so there's an error somewhere. Let me check what that is. Okay, it says name subtract is not defined. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So, okay, another thing you need to look out for is the same way you've called, the same way you've saved your variable is the same way you call it. So I used subtract, capital S, as saving, and I'm using subtract, small letter S, to call it. So it will tell me I don't have anything saved with that name. So it generates error. So now let me call it again. Right. Alright, okay. So let's run. So it says A, give a number. 10. Second number. 5. So the result should be, please can you check what the result is? 5. So when you press your simple calculator and you're like 10 minus 5 and it gives you a 5, you are wondering, this is a witch. There's no wizard or witch anywhere. It is the code that has been done behind, in which you don't know, in which you can also do yourself. So also let's do multiply.
Alright, so let's run it. Number 1? 6. Number 2? 4. 6 times 4 should give us? Right, 24. Which is the result? Alright, 24. So let's do for division also. Hey, call divide. What should we divide? Okay, 100 divided by 5. So the first number is 100. The second number is 5. So it should give us the what? 20, which is what we have there. So you can use, okay, so this is interesting. You can actually use your code to do so many things. Like the bank app she mentioned the other time, when you send money to someone, and immediately the money has been deducted from your account, and you're wondering, hey God, see these people, they are so fast. It's not that they are so fast. It is the coding that has been done behind, in which you are not seeing. Okay, so all these are a way in which we can solve problems. This is a way in which you can actually provide things that will make life easy for the next door neighbor, right? Okay, so let's do the last one, which is modulus. I've not defined a function for modulus yet, so let me do that yet. Let's come on, right? Okay. So it should return. We all know the sign for modulus now. That is that looks like percentage. Okay. Return x modulus y. Modulus. Okay, so it's like once you get the remainder of whatsoever we calculate, so that means you have to calculate with. Yeah, it doesn't have to be something that will be divided by the other thing. So if you divide a 5 by 20, you should give it 0 because it's not remaining anything, right? But if you do maybe 20 divided by 6, there will be a value to see. So let's do that. First number, 20. Second number, 6. I already told you people. So the remainder is 2. So our code has worked so well. Thank you very much. Alright, so this is the end of our demo class. I hope within someone will go home for research. Look at the way you can actually do things with coding. Notice any problem in your surroundings and try to code it. Try to find a solution and code it. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Were we listening?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we learn something?
Yes.
Can we practice what we have learned? Okay, let me rephrase. When we get home, will we practice what we learned?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to say something?
Oh, so sorry about that. I should have mentioned it. Okay, so this is Python. I used Python. There are different languages that programmers use out there to program or to code. We have Python, we have Java, we have X++, we have C#, yes, we have C++. God bless you. And well, so embedded in all those things, we have different packages, we have Django, we have so many things. Okay, so for me as a data scientist, we have to do real-time things that should happen at real-time. Okay, so if you want to get maybe a Uber driver to come here, it has to be real-time. It's not in future that, okay, I want to go tomorrow, okay, let me book it. No. So I need to work with packages called NumPy, Pandas. I don't know if you've heard of all this. Let me not buzz too much. Good. So I hope one day a girl will stand tall and say, okay, I'm creating my own package also that will be called maybe Dupe or so. Alright, so what we just used is called Python. Any other question? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So who is the girl child who will create something for us? An app, an amazing app. What would be the name? Fiona app. Or Chidima app. Or people call it Didi app. Or what? Tessa app. Or That's interesting. Put your hands together for yourselves. You've been amazing. I think you even know more than me. The way you're just calling all of them, Python, Java, you want to chase our speaker away. Thank God our speaker is very equipped. You're very amazing. Put your hands together again. Impossible is nothing. Is that true?
Yes.
Who agrees with me? Is there anything impossible for you? Maybe because you're a girl, there are some things you can't do. Do you believe that?
Yes.
Who said yes? So what we believe is that we can do anything so long as we put our mind to it. So say that, I can do anything.
I can do anything.
I can be anything.
I can be anything.
If I put my mind to it.
If I put my mind to it.
Is it possible in your dictionary?
No.
Is it possible in your dictionary?
No.
We're not talking about the Oxford Dictionary. In your dictionary, is it possible there?
No.
Awesome. Another round of applause for yourselves. Remember, we're talking about shaping our world, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have another amazing speaker coming to talk to us. Are we ready?
Yes.
Do we have our books and pens ready?
Yes.
Her name is Chidalu Eke.
Wow.
She is... Okay, I like that. Let me take it again. Her name is Chidalu Eke.
Wow.
Oh, wow. She's the head of the Tech Experience Center. So, this place where we are, where you are seated, she's the head of this place. So at the end of this session, you can boldly say, oh, I was at the Tech Experience Center, and I met the head of the Tech Experience Center, and she spoke to us, right? So will it make sense if you go home not remembering anything she said? Good. So that's why we should have our books and our pens ready, and we should listen attentively. So the Tech Experience Center is Nigeria's first tech and luxury lifestyle hub. She loves playing with her beautiful nieces and loves educating people like you on why she believes in the social, political, and economic equality of the sexes. We're ready. Put your hands together for her. She said so.
Hopefully the feedback wouldn't be too bad here. Wow, you guys. Thank you for that introduction. I love it, I love it. Thank you so much. So, good morning everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to the Technology Experience Center. As Kelechi said, I am the head of the Experience Center. So, when Felucia, the head of TD Africa's marketing department, came to me and told me that I was speaking to you all today, I was a bit scared. Not because I have a fear of public speaking, but because I heard the topic that I was supposed to take on today, and it's such a powerful topic, and I was afraid I would not be able to do it justice. Dear girl, dream and reshape your world. I thought to myself, what can I say to these girls, these young women, that they will carry with them long after this event is done? I chewed on the topic for a couple of days, waiting to get some inspiration. And on the 24th of May, as I was scrolling through my pictures, looking for a throwback for a friend's birthday, a friend that I met during my A-levels, it hit me. What would I say to you that is at that stage in life that you currently are? So I turned back the hands of time. I took myself back to that stage of my life, and everything started flooding back. The memories, the feeling, the anxiety, the vulnerability, the conversations that I had, and most importantly, the decisions. One memory stood out to me, mainly because I felt it would be relevant to the topic that I'm speaking about today. At 17, I was doing my A-levels, preparing to enter university, like I'm sure a lot of you are. And part of that preparation was to sit with a guidance counselor who's meant to basically guide you through the whole process. Your personal statement, looking at your grades, looking at your university choices. And I remember going into that meeting excited, almost buzzing, because I had done extensive research on the universities I wanted to attend. I had read up on the grade requirements I needed to enter, ensuring that I met them. I looked up extracurricular activities that excite these universities. I get into the meeting. The lady looks through my file for not more than a minute, goes over the list of my 5 university choices, and says, no, Chidalu, you have to be more realistic. I remember being very confused, asking her to elaborate. I needed to know what she meant. She looks up at me and tells me that having choices of top 10 universities in the UK is unrealistic. She threw some statistics around about the type of people that enter these types of universities, and in minutes had come to the conclusion that I wasn't one of them. She went on further, explaining that the top 20 would still be a bit of a reach, that I should look more into the 30s and the 40s. I was disappointed, still confused, wondering why and how this lady had created limits for me. I wondered why my plans that I had already felt were over-realistic due to my own research wasn't enough. Why was this woman determined to anchor me to her own reality of me? I was not a person to her. I was just a number. I went back to my dorm feeling defeated, close to tears, and I do what I always do when I'm down. I called my mom. I explained what I had just gone through, how I'm going to have to redo everything, completely alter the course of my life, months to the deadline. She waited for me to finish my rant, took a breath, and said, to hell with her, Lulu. They call me Lulu at home. To hell with her, Lulu. She doesn't know my baby. And she was right. She didn't know me better than I know myself. She had no idea about my capabilities, my determination to achieve, my fear of failure. And knowing all of this, I still let her words get to me. I spent weeks researching ways to get into different universities. I changed my personal statement from business management to law to physics because I felt that my original dream was invalid. It was unachievable. had to find another way in. One day, after hours of crying, I'm a crier, I cry a lot. After hours of crying about being lost, not understanding what path I'm meant to be on, I asked myself, why? Such a simple 3-letter word that completely changed my perception. Why can't I? Why can't I succeed? Why can't I be the type of person that gets in? Why can't I achieve this dream of mine? And there was no answer. There was no logical reason, just fear. The fear that she had instilled in me, the fear of failure, the fear of getting rejected by all the schools and having nowhere to go. Once I realized this, my life's path became clear. To quote our CE, do you have the guts to fail? If you do, you'd have the shoulders to carry the success that must follow. Do not stop, keep moving. That quote is as relevant to the 17-years-old, anxiety-ridden Chidalu as it is to me today and to all of us. I'm not here to tell you that you will never fail. We should not be consumed by our fear of failure. We must fail and find the strength to continue. We must dare to dream, not altered by our fears or the limitations others put on us, and sometimes the limitations we put on ourselves, because all our dreams are valid. If I had listened to my guidance counselor, I would not have gone on to study business management at Lancaster University, number 6 at the time of my admission. And if I had given in to my fears about speaking on this topic, I would not be standing in front of you today. I don't want to leave this podium without giving you the tools that I use almost daily to validate my dreams and in turn create my reality, the reality you're sitting in today. I'm currently obsessed with TikTok. I'm sure you guys know what TikTok is. And one thing that keeps popping up on my page, especially from this new generation, Gen Z, is the idea of manifestation. And what is that if not the power of affirmation? Basically, I think, therefore I do. We need to realize how powerful our thoughts are and ensure that we're feeding our subconscious with enough positive thoughts to succeed. I am enough. I will pass. I will succeed. And that's just the first step. We have to make a conscious effort to control our narrative, especially as girls in this country, constantly being told and shown that we're not as important as the boy child. To quote my favorite author, Chimamanda Adichie, and I'm sure you guys know this quote as he already said some of it today, we teach girls to shrink themselves, to make themselves smaller. We say to girls, you can have ambition, but not too much. You should aim to be successful, but not too successful, otherwise you will threaten the man. I'm here to tell you today, to hell with that. Don't let anyone limit the life that you see for yourself. In fact, think outside the box and imagine, dream about a life that you want, a life that you thought was inconceivable. Then wake up every morning and work for that life that you want. That is how you reshape your world. Thank you. Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Did we learn many things? Were you boosted? You were in the spirit? Thank you. So do you believe you are enough? You're not sure? Do you believe you are enough? Yes. Is there anything you can't do? No. Maybe it's just for the boys. Are there some things that is just for the boys? You can do it, right? Yes. Because impossible is nothing to you, right? Yes. Okay. I want to believe we have our questions and answers put together. So remember I told you that while the speakers were talking, you should have your questions written down. Did we do that? We're looking into our books. Tell a question. Yes, please. Hold on. Okay, very good question. She asked, what is the full meaning of TD? Is there anybody here who knows? Okay, we're getting there. Yes, please. Please put your hands together for her. Technology distributions. That's TD. So when you hear TD Africa, Technology Distributions Africa. TD Worldwide, it's what? Technology Distributions Worldwide. Are we ready for our panel session? So remember one of our speakers told us that in this session, you're not only limited to what the speakers have said, but you can ask any question whatsoever. And the beautiful thing is, our speakers, everybody who will be seated at the panel, will be able to answer your question. Is that not wonderful? Please put your hands together for our speakers. Okay, I think they're ready for us.
Yes. So we're having three of them. We're having three of them, so we'll call them Eki. Please talk for how she comes. Thank you. Yes, please sit here. And we'll call Mrs. Chomachmere.
And last but not the least is Chidalu Eke.
So you have three of them. We'll just start with the questions. So feel free to ask them any questions. And by the way, thank you, Chidalu, for that session. I had goosebumps, literally. Yes, I did. Yeah. So let the questions begin to roll. Feel free to ask them anything. And they'll be here to answer everything.
So if you have a question, just raise your hand.
Okay. Because of time, we'll just take a few. So we'll take the fastest fingers up. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You quickly say your name, your school, and your question. Okay?
Right. Yes.
My name is Nuruddin Aliyah, and I'm from the Arabic Senior Secondary School. My question is, how can we change the world around us positively?
Are you particular about who you're directing that question to? Who would you like to answer your question? Me? Okay, she wants Chidalu to take that. Would you like to take that question again?
How can we change the world around us positively?
How can we change the world around us positively?
First question of the day, I feel important. How can you change the world around you positively? I think, first of all, moving through life, being the best version of yourself is going to change your own environment, which would then rub off on the people around you. But if you're talking about something particular in terms of making an impact, it's important to understand what you want to do, in what sector you want to make an impact. I have a friend that has always been, concerned about the environment and global warming. So what they did was they started a recycling company to then gather up all this, what we call waste, and export it out of the country to make sure that Lagos, Nigeria as a whole, is cleaner every day. So you need to find what you're interested in and see how you can make decisions every day towards that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jacobs from New York Senior Secondary School. So my question is for Ms. Chigan. The rejection, was that the only problem you faced during the admission process?
That's a very important question. It wasn't the only one. It was just the one that stood out to me the most. So throughout the course of my life, I went to 7, 8 schools, which meant at some point I didn't do GCSEs. And that is a requirement for most of the universities that I wanted to go to, especially my top 2. So the school called me up and had asked me, why did you move to so many different schools? Were you expelled? And I had to explain that no, I wasn't. I just found schools that were better for me, and my parents were lucky enough and privileged enough to be able to move me to the schools that I needed to be or go to be who I am today.
Okay. I used to remind us. I'm sure some might be wondering, the other 2 speakers, maybe you cannot remember their names. So the woman in blue, right, talked about dare to dream. Yes? And Eki, in that beautiful gown that looks like my jacket, she talks about ICT and our world today.
My name is Lahala from Top Girls in I would like to ask that, how can you help yourself from obstacles on social media like Facebook, WhatsApp, that most of us use today, like it's like a distraction from our studies. How do we stop that, like helping us to study more?
Okay, thank you for that question, Eniola. So I'm going to repeat it if anyone didn't hear it. She said, how do we manage distractions like Facebook and WhatsApp, etc.? It's a tough question, sincerely, because I think all of us would admit here that we do get distracted. But I think there's nothing like time management, right? Because all work and no play makes Jack a... Exactly. So I think it's priorities. When it's time to do work, you might just have to keep your phone entirely away from you. And then when it's time to play, you can do that. So I would always advise people to manage their time specifically. It's very easy to say in your head that I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. But when you write it down, or when you say from noon till 2 p.m., I'm going to be revising, from 2 p.m. to, you can set alarms. So you always have to be specific and particular when you want to get things done. So these distractions exist, but we can manage them. And we should always also see it as distractions. Sometimes you can also be on Facebook productively. You can WhatsApp with people who are helping you be better or helping you learn more. So I think it's also how we see it and how we use it. But time management is always recommended. Specific time management. I have a planner that tells me what I'm doing from 10 a.m. to 10:30. I detail it. And I find that when I've written it down and specified it, it's easier to follow, as opposed to saying I'm working all morning or I'm not. I hope that was able to answer your question, Daniela. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Eki. We have another question.
My name is Igwe Mercy, a student from Clare Girls Senior High School. And my question is to Ms. Chioma Chinyere. According to what Ms. Teju said, you must know yourself and know your skills. My question is, how do we know ourselves and our skills?
How do we know ourselves and our skills?
Oh wow, Mercy. What a question. How do I know myself? Because in knowing myself, I will then know what my skills are. So that's a deep question. A lot of people don't know themselves, so I'm glad that you asked. So if somebody walked up to us this morning and said, what's your name? You probably know what your name is. You know you are at New Era High School. But you don't know a lot of deeper things about yourself. There are things that come naturally to us that suggest to us who we really are. So let me give you an example with myself. While in secondary school, I loved the history classes. I loved literature classes. And those teachers loved me too. And if they needed a text to be read in class, they would call me to read it. I would be loud enough for the whole class to follow and hear. So I knew that I needed to do something that had to do with speaking. If there was a story to be told at home, they would call me to tell the story. I would be the one to fill my mom in on what happened while she was away. So there are certain things that will just come naturally to you. You gravitate towards them. You don't struggle to do them. That will give you an idea of the kind of giftings that you are born with. The skills are layered on it. So the fact that I love to talk doesn't make me a broadcaster. I would need to learn that skill, layer it on top of that gifting. So the fact that somebody is good with the hands doesn't make the person a surgeon. So I would not just submit myself for him to cut me open. So we have gifts that we are born with. I guess that resonates with the first question that was asked. You know, so as we all seated here, there are things that are easy for us to do, things that we enjoy doing. But we can't stop at that point. Like Eki said, we then need to train ourselves and learn and become better versions of that person that we found out we are. And that's where the skills then comes from. Because earlier in the day, somebody talked about wanting to read theater arts, and she was expressing it, and people are not so happy with her. But maybe that's where her interest is. And you know, somebody had said to you earlier, maybe you will make a difference. So it actually, it calls for us to pause a bit. Sometimes, even the people around you, when people come for interviews, I will ask them, how do your friends describe you? What does your family say about you? So those are little hints that may give you an idea as to who your personality is. And you can study yourself a bit more. And then when you find out these areas that you're comfortable with, you can then layer skills on them. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
My name is I am from Calling Girls in High School. I want to ask my question. I have two questions. The first one is, how do I convince my parents to agree to what I want to do? And the second one is, what makes you think what you want to be done in the future? What is the second one? The
The second one is what make you think what you want to become in future?
So the first question is, how can we convince our parents to be who we want? So I want to be an artist. But my mother says, no, I should be a doctor. That's the first question. And the second question is, how do I determine what I would be in the future? And she's directing it to Mrs. Choma Chimera.
I will take a bit of it. I will also allow Eki and Chidalu to take a bit of it. So let me start by saying, sometimes it looks as if the parents are overbearing or that they are meddling in our affairs. Reality is that sometimes your parents know you very well and they are able to guide your decisions. So let me call it guidance, not meddling. So when we come up with those lofty ideas that we want to become, some of them are good and some of them are real dreams that should be nurtured. If for any reason the parents come and try to provide guidance, I think we should listen to them with an open mind. Sometimes at this age, we're not even entirely sure of what it is we want to become. Some people have had like 10, 12 things they want to become since they started secondary school, and then it keeps switching, depending on the friends they come in contact with, or what they see on Facebook, what they watch on TV, and they just keep shifting it up and down. So at a time, your parents, because they know you, could come in and provide some kind of guidance as to who they think you are and what you should be doing. So that's something to note. So if for any reason you're really convinced about who you are and what it is you want to become, and you're still meeting an obstacle, I would give Chidalu and Eki to let you know how you can then convince them on allowing you to take that direction.
So I agree with Madam Chioma, but I also disagree with Madam Chioma. I believe she's coming from the perspective of a parent, and rightfully so. You know, our parents, they do believe that, you know, they know what's best for us, but no one can know you better than you know yourself. I touched on that. And there are things that, you know, as parents, they just won't understand in terms of industries that are being created today that weren't there 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I can wake up one morning and tell my dad that I want to become an influencer because I'm passionate about influencing. And he'll look at me like I'm crazy. Not because it's not an industry that is thriving, it's just an industry that he doesn't understand. So it's important to take on your parents' thoughts and comments and let them advise you in that line, but what they say you have to understand is not law. At the end of the day, you're going to be the one to live your life. So just make sure that what you want to do is, first of all, legal. Second of all, it's something that you believe is what you're here on earth to do, something that is worth fighting your parents about. Do you understand what I mean? All right, I'll let Eki finish up.
Very, very good question. And I'm happy I'm speaking last because I think I'm between Mrs. Chioma and Chidalu. And it goes back to what I said about knowledge of self. But where I would disagree with Lulu, Chidalu, is I think sometimes our parents can know us better than ourselves. And this is only, I think with time, we grow to see and understand our parents better. I don't know if you're in that current situation, but I've been there. I'm a lawyer by training, and my father is a professional. He's of the age where he believes you should be an accountant or a doctor or a lawyer, etc. Because a lot of things, as Lulu did say, they do not understand. But I would advise younger people, and I'm sure I heard this advice at your age, I may not have listened, but I think our parents do know a lot. But it also comes back to knowledge. We keep saying no, no, no. You know your parents, right? We know our parents enough to know whether or not we feel they truly love us. They truly know us. They truly want the best for us. So this knowledge should then impact how we receive what they give us. It's one thing if you have an absent father, not for any negative reason. Maybe he works a lot, he works all day and all night, and you rarely see him, you rarely spend time with him. In those instances, he really may not know you very well. That's not his fault or your fault, but that might just be your reality. And then you can temper information given with that knowledge. As opposed to when you have a parent that you feel is present, is knowledgeable of you. Because we know ourselves. Our parents know some parts of us and not all parts of us. But some of us, our parents know us more than others. Maybe your mom knows you more than your dad knows you. Things like that. So I think we must factor everything in then how to proceed with that information. Chidalu is right in the sense that at the end of the day, you have your life to live. But our parents know us for the most part. And more importantly, want the best for us. I've actually been in that situation, as I said. My father didn't understand entrepreneurship. What I do is fairly new with regards to assisting students getting to schools of their best fit. And I understood his concerns because they were legitimate. But I also understood what I was ready to sacrifice for what I wanted. And at the end of the day, he's even come around because he's not coming from a place of annoyance or wickedness or trying to hurt you. He just wants the best for you. One more quick story as well. I went to university to study economics, as I said. I've always loved economics. My nickname in school was Economics. That's how much I loved it. But I went to school and I struggled. And I'm always happy to tell people this because a lot of times we see the end product and we don't know the journey. I ended up switching my degree from economics to political science. And my dad advised me to just get an economics degree, even if I got a third class, which is not a very strong degree. Because he said economics is everything. And in hindsight, I'm still happy I studied political science because it's what I wanted to study and I enjoyed the process. But I've been in the workforce I've graduated 10 years ago now from university. An economics degree is an economics degree. You don't need to explain it. You mention you studied economics and people understand that. In that moment, and I have an older sister who he also encouraged/forced to study economics. And she's happy she did because you say you studied economics and this is just an example. It can be any degree that you deem worthy. So it just goes back to say, I think our parents always have the best intentions. So there is weight to what they advise us to do. And a lot of times, the resistance from our parents is also a true test as to your commitment to what it is you want to do. So I would encourage someone with, listen to your parents. Let them know your point of view. Try to know their point of view and then come to a decision. And more likely than not, it will be for the best. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. We'll have just two more. It seems everybody has a question. Okay, let me start with her.
I am Tiat Oladipo from Clegg Senior High School. Actually, I have 3 questions. Can I ask those 3 questions? The first one will be directed to Mrs. Eki, and the second to Mrs. Chidalu, then the third to Mrs. Chioma. Okay, for me, it's Heki. Let's say a girl, let's say Kenny. Kenny is from a poor background. She struggled through her secondary school level. She got out of the secondary school level. She got good grades. Then to the university, she got good grades too. She was able to get an admission to the university. Then getting into the university, Kemi has so much challenges. She has to pay her school fees. Let's say she lives in an hostel. She has to pay her rent, get handouts, do some projects. Then let's say someone here is coming from a poor background, but she listened to what she said, then she had interest in, let's say, computer science. But Ken already feel that jam form, wants to study, let's say, medicine and surgery. So she got into the university, got an admission. She was already a medical student. So Kemi still has, she has times. So for Kemi to do all those computer science stuff, she got someone who advised her that you can go through online classes, online school, all those stuff. But for Kemi to be able to do that, Kemi needs data. She needs resources. Then for Kemi to have data, Kemi needs money because data is money. So having that in mind, with all the challenges I've mentioned, house rent, school fees, handouts, projects, the possibility out of 100 that interest of ours in computer science will die down out of 100 is 98. That's true. So how can Kemi fight this challenge?
This is the first question. Let us answer.
Thank you, Mutia. How do you fight the challenge of achieving your dream when there are lots of obstacles? Is that a fair analysis of your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think in life, as Mrs. Chioma said in her first speech, there will be challenges. It is par for the course. Whether they are financial, it can be from your family, it can be health, it can be anything. And I think we all have our challenges, and it then boils down to priorities and sacrifice. Nothing good comes easy. So if you have all these responsibilities, challenges, you're paying a lot. You literally, from your question, I understand Kemi has no money for this other thing that she likes. And sometimes life is also seasons, right? She may have to wait. Delay is not denial. We hear that a lot. You may have to wait and do A before you get to B. So I think sometimes we're also in a rush, especially in our generation, the microwave generation. We're used to wanting things quickly and all at the same time. And sometimes we may have to sacrifice the now for the future. Otherwise, we can then reprioritize. What does she care for more? If she still cares for medicine and surgery more, she should continue. But as Mr. Ajani told us earlier today, about her studying A and going on to study B. Or even from my story as well, sometimes you might have to switch your major. You might have to start again. You might have to, take extra classes to catch up. And then with regards to finances, it is a serious hindrance for a lot of young people and everyone really. And we then have to, and this is why I say information, we're in the information age. There are grants. There are scholarships, there's aid. A lot of times we sit in our problems and just don't do anything. But you can speak to your lecturers, you can speak to your friends. Help can come from anywhere, but you have to also make that effort to seek it out. But I think information, which is also why I went into what I do with regards to education consultants, because there's a lack of information on what's available. Many companies, we're at This Is Me Today, which is the CSR initiative of TD Africa. Many companies have CSR initiatives. I hope we all know what CSR stands for. Okay, it stands for Corporate and Social Responsibility. So this is a way people give back. Today, TD has donated its space, its time, and its resources to give back. There is another company that their focus is to pay children's school fees. You have to seek out that information. You don't have enough data, the 100 Naira MB you can buy, Google it. You might find something that might help you. I don't know if I've been able to answer your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we have further questions? You said you have 2 more. No, it's okay. She's trying to be very considerate. I think that's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. But we have time, so let's take another question. Yeah? Before we move on, we have an amazing guest in our midst. We want to spice our panel session just a little bit, because we know that we might have male-related questions, father-related questions, brother-related questions. So we're bringing a man up to join the panel. His name is Mr. Abimbola Oweye. He's the country lead of Dell Technologies. Please put your hands together for him. Another please. So we're trying to balance it a bit, right?
Okay. My next question is directed to Ms. Shida. So, I don't know how to put this question, but let me just try. There's a girl, she likes computer science, she wants to study computer science, but she has this challenge that she might need a huge amount of money anytime. It might be tomorrow, it might be next week, it might be next week. So she decided that she's going to be a doctor, let's say an orthopedic surgeon, because for her to be able to raise that huge amount of, let's say 6 million. A short period of time. So for her to be a doctor, she will be able to save more. So she went into medicine and surgery instead of computer science. So would you say she made the wrong decision?
Okay, so
It's not a decision I would have taken, because no path guarantees success. If her sole purpose was to make money, then work towards making money in the line that you're, or the path that you're passionate in. Just because she becomes a doctor tomorrow doesn't mean she's going to see that 6 million easier than she could as a computer scientist. So let's understand what our true motivators are, and then work towards that. But like I always say, it is easier to follow your passion and succeed than follow what the world tells you you should do to succeed. Because you're more likely to work harder at what you love than what you don't. I hope that answers your question.
did she answer your question?
Does that answer your question?
No, really.
Wow. How can I further explain?
Well, the reason I asked this question is that I know a girl. She had this attitude
accident, and the doctors told her that she might need a surgery in future, or even if she feel any pain around that area, that she might need a surgery worth 6 million naira.
Okay, so let's give her time to put her thoughts together.
You know what, I would say just after the session, come and meet me, we'll have a discussion on it.
Okay, put your hands together for her. Thank you so much. Okay, so our session continues. Remember, we have a man in our midst, Mr. Abimbola.
My name is Rachel, Rachel, from Wesley Girls Senior Secondary School. You said you studied computer science also. So, Miss Chidali, am I right? Yes, ma'am.
No, I studied business management.
Business, okay. I wanted to ask, what motivated you into going into ICT and technology? So, I just need to ask, what made you do so? There were other things that you could have done that would be really nice. And when you said this, did you see that like this, or you saw? Did you dream of it this way, or you dreamt a bigger one?
Okay. You guys are giving me some questions today. Okay. Okay. You can start off with it.
Yeah, when you talk about what motivated,
yes.
And I would like to talk about my story. I did apply to physics from the university.
Okay.
And I did my NYC in CBN. While I was doing my NYC, it wasn't like today that all of us have probably you have opportunity to have a laptop today, to be working with a laptop, still visiting the teachers. I never had a computer growing up and also in school. You know, we entered the plane. I saw the speed of internet. I looked at it. I never had internet growing up, even at home. But in reality of today, you can't even use it. So, I never used that.
Why?
Because while I was doing my NYC and I had the opportunity in CBN to sit in front of a computer, and that computer then I checked it cost at CBN then about 1 point something million naira. Never. So I took the opportunity to learn computer and I found passion in it. And I just said, and looking at the world today, the global space, it's still less than 38% of technology adoption across all the verticals. When you're talking about agriculture, you're talking about aerodynamics, you're talking about petroleum, talk about all verticals, financial services, which is less than 48% of adoption, and 38% of adoption globally. So technology space is yet evolving. Look at taxi business today, we talk about Uber, look at hotel, we talk about how technology has transformed everything. Yet transformed. So, and there are multiple areas into technology. So I just saw that technology is the future. Rather than going to look for petrochemicals and start to dig oil. And that was where I found a passion in technology. And for close to 20 years now, I've never regretted a day being in technology.
So, yeah, I'll answer your question. So my story is slightly different. I grew up in technology. My parents are business owners of technology brands. And I knew growing up that I wanted to do business. When I was in secondary school, I would go into town. Sorry, my devices are off. Toby. So I would go into town, get certain products, I'll come back to school, put a markup on it, and I would sell. So that had always been something that came natural to me, like Madam Choma had mentioned. And being privileged enough to grow up in technology, see how these things are made, you know, being able to walk on the assembly plant and see how these things are put together, to me it's very interesting. And as we can tell, we can't escape technology. It's something that is always just going to be there. So I put my passion for business together with the need that we all have for technology, and I put it together because I feel like with this Technology Experience Center, I'm not just here to sell. I need people to come in and be taken aback, be wowed by the possibilities that they see. We have WebEx from Cisco, we have a Dell CPU that I can carry with one hand. And I just think that, you know, even though it's not something that I woke up in uni thinking that I'm going to start a technology brand, I'm going to go into this line, it's an opportunity that came to me and I took advantage of it and I ran with it. And I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much. Okay, so moving forward, just everybody has a question to ask. I think that's fair enough, right? Yes, please.
My name is Benedicta Becky. I come from Abattoir Senior Secondary School. I want to ask a question about some of our fathers, mostly fathers. They usually say ladies are not meant to go to school, they will always go to their husband's house, their husband, something like that. It's always guys that always finish their studies. The ladies will forget them, stuff like that. And it's mostly fathers that usually say that thing. So I'm giving the question to my daddy. Why are they always saying that? Why are they always saying that girls are not meant to go to the university? Does it mean that we are not intelligent or we are not human beings, stuff like that?
It's not a tough question again because it's been we've had that severally. I will tell you that because I've had to balance the context from where those kind of fathers also the mind, what motivated their minds into such thinking, because we didn't arrive here just from the groups. People talk about feminism today, everywhere, girl child, everywhere, this and that. I'm a promoter, I'm a feminist, number one, because it's just like a white man saying blacks they are less human beings. You can't ever say a human being that the only difference who, when you give the same challenge to, most likely can even articulate things better than some guys. So for my own personal theory, a man sees snake, a woman kill him. A woman sees snake, a man kill him. We are human beings. There must be respect for humanity. And when a father says that, look at the father and appreciate the fact that that's how much he knows. And that's the extent and the limitation of his knowledge. If he knew better, he would do better. But don't get limited to that. Prove yourself. I'm a product of challenge, or challenges I've faced in my life. We all face challenges. Either as a girl you face a challenge, or as a boy. Let me tell you, boy children today are now being neglected. And hence you don't find good husbands, good boys, good fathers. And if we continue like this, we keep having the deficiency, both on the male child and the female children. So it's a mindset that we must correct, and we will evolve. any father, don't be offended by that. Just know that that's how much he knows. If he knew better, he would do better. But today, when you look at Ibukwa Oshika, when you look at Oprah Winfrey, when you look at many, Madam here, when you look at her, Mrs. Eke, and you want to say a girl is not, I mean, a girl child shouldn't be trained, and it's unfortunate. It's really, really unfortunate. I can't condemn those people, but it's how much they know. But I tell you, I found outstandingly brilliant women in my team in Dell. I mean, my immediate team, people that work directly with me. I work better with women because I need to take the analysis. They are more settled. When you say they won't exit quickly. A man with 5,000 naira increase on salary, he will jump. Women are more loyal, and you find them more at everything. Yeah, maybe physically you can't expect a woman to be carrying too heavy stuff. I mean, it's not even decent to expect that. But in terms of brain, in terms of using your mind, we are all equal. We are all equal. So a girl child, be proud of yourself. I have 2 girls, and they'll be better than 7 men, each of them. That's my plan and my prayer for them. So let's be product of challenges. See it as, okay, this is one of those things that you need to surmount in life, and don't let it limit you in any way. And I believe God will take you through.
I just wanted to say something quickly as well. And I think also see it as an opportunity to educate further. A lot of times, as Mr. Owoye said, it's not from a wicked place. It's not from a malicious place. That is all he knows. So as his daughter, also take it as a challenge to say, no, Daddy, but what of this woman that, okay, Daddy, you are with First Bank. Did you know Ibukwa Oshika is the chairperson of the whole bank? So even as children, even as girls, we do have a responsibility. The reality is the girl child is disadvantaged, but I never want to be in a defeatist position. When you tell me what I can do, it only empowers me to prove to you that it can be done. So today, you can even go home and say, Daddy, I came to this place. It is run by a woman, but she's going to speak to us soon. There are women I've spoken to. So also tell your dad, because he doesn't just want to think that about women. He may not know better, and you can give him a reason to know better. So I also challenge you today to take it upon yourself as another assignment. I'm going to show my dad that, no, women, it profits you to train a woman. Your children will be more educated when the mother is educated. Many things like that. So by the time you are able to convince your dad, you'll be surprised. He might become the champion of it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question here.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'll stand up just to speak closely. Believe it or not, I'm not one of the schoolgirls. My name is Adi Semi. I am a journalist at Arise News, and it's an honor to be here. Been so inspired by so many of you smart and bright young ladies. I wanted to ask a question though. I think we've touched on it already, but we've already listed the positive sides of having women access education, having women do more things. We already know that women lead countries better. We know that companies who have women on their boards tend to outperform companies that don't mirror their gender diversity. However, outside the four corners of this room, outside the four corners of our school, we're in a country that is undoubtedly built on patriarchy. So my question to all of you is, how do you think we can arm these young girls with the tools they need to confront patriarchy, unlock it for the betterment? And also to the gentleman here, if I could put the question to you, what are you doing at Dell to make sure that you're budding and building a society that is welcoming women that we know are already valuable? That's it.
Thank you. I make bold to say that Dell is one of the places where you find in the multinational that promotes gender equality, support women. We have high-ranking women in high executive positions. And if you look at the ratio, even in our Nigerian office, I mean, this is not for the press though, but I mean, I'm just stating the fact though. I think we have a ratio of over 60% to 40% of gender balance, and we're looking forward to promoting that. Women, practically, like I said, they are more loyal. You want to invest in loyalty. You want people that when you train them, they stay, and everybody, there's exchange of value. That's from their perspective. From my personal perspective, I mean, like I said, I have 2 daughters, I have only one boy. So, but who has more impact on my credit card? I know for sure who it is, but trust me, I mean, I see no difference in either a male or a female as a person. I only see the brain, I see the mind, and I see your hand. It's about value. Bring up yourself with value in front as focus. That what can I give? What can I create? What can I make? And what can I bring out of my life first, and then to my society? If I ask us here today, I made a post last night, if I ask us to say Nigerian pledge, how many people here can recite it? I expect everybody's hand to be up. But less than 30%. But that's the problem. It's not just about men being superior, women being superior, anybody. It's about value and how do we see ourselves. If we don't respect ourselves as individuals, either as a man, as a woman, then we don't even find our place in the society. People talk about oppression, people talk about suppression, people talk about different things. Yes, globally, worldwide, even before the predating every existence, is survival of the fittest. But now we're talking about coexistence and civilization. But as an individual, you must respect yourself. One, you must respect your community. You must respect your neighbor, either is a man or a woman. So I'm a promoter of humanity, number one, primarily. Either when male child or female children, I respect women, and I don't see a difference. That's just, unfortunately, that's just me. Either you're a boy or you're a girl. But yeah, do we have a situation in the society where it looks like one gender has dominated? Yes, it's obvious. So hence the reason why we will make all contributions to give room. Like Lagos State is doing GIPP project, GIPP, where every graduate is being supported. I mean, we're taking 10 people on in Dell, and the 10 people were insisting that 7 of those 10 has to be the female children. Because we need to balance it, honestly. We really need to balance it. Because, I mean, people, your secondary school pupils, by the time you graduate, where's the job today in Nigeria? Or even the quality of the education, there is so much gap in being employable. So there's a lot for us to do. But it starts from your individual commitment. As individual, to yourself, to your family, and to your country. When I was growing up, when I was in your shoes, we recited the national anthem every day, and we recited the pledge. We took a test last night at about 11 p.m. Out of 11 people, only 2 could recite the pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my mind, and to defend our unity and what our own doing. So help me God. Look, if you recite that and look at it, the commitment you are saying to Nigeria, how many of us today can do How many of us are committed to it? So, please, in you finding your place as girl children growing up, be valuable. Be valuable to your society. They're robbing people, you're looking away because it's not you, you're walking away. It's irresponsibility. That does not differentiate either you're a girl child or a boy child, or you're a male or a female. When you are valuable, nobody can underprice you. That's your value. So when we approach things from this objective perspective, don't come with a defeating mindset as if somebody wants to oppress you. And I asked people, I said, okay, have you ever been denied of a thing because you're a girl? Most people didn't have that experience. Some people had the experience, yes, but most people didn't have the experience. So, I mean, let's balance things and let's address value where it really needs to be addressed. I know TD very well. I mean, you almost think as if, why is it only ladies as the top management? But they're doing great. They're running a very successful enterprise. I would rather want to invest in such a place because I can see value. And I'm sure the encouragement, the program they put together is not just because they want the girl child to only do well, but they want you to identify value of yourself, and that's your currency to exchange anywhere. And you can take it anytime in Nigeria, in the US, any value is value. So identify your place of value, and indeed people will exchange currency for it. Thank you.
And to answer your question, I think what we're doing today serves as an example of the types of things that we do to encourage the girl child to kick down these doors, these walls that, stop us from entering the rooms that you speak of. And it's not just, what I want to let them know is it's not just in technology. Everything that you learn here today, what I spoke about, your dreams being valid, all of that can be taken across the different sectors. If you want to enter government, what we're trying to tell you is your dreams are valid enough to fight for them. And even if you fight and fail, you fight again. And the person that you fought would have that in mind. For example, I did my NYC in Ogun State, the Ogun State camp. I'm a very popular person, as you guys can imagine. Before I even gave my speech, you were clapping for me. So I ran for the president of the platoon. And the lady in charge told me that I couldn't be president because I'm a woman. The lady. She told me I couldn't be in charge because I'm a woman because the men would not listen to me. And I fought on it. I couldn't understand that type of thinking. But I can't blame her because it's probably something she grew up hearing. So we have to change our mindset for ourselves and for the future girls coming up after us, so that we're not part of the people standing in the doorway restricting, progression. So one, fight for yourself, fight for the right, for your rightful place in the rooms that you see yourself in. And two, ensure that as you're breaking the ceilings, you're carrying the rest of us along.
Thank you so much. So we'll take one last question. Just one last question. Yeah?
My name is Jeffrey from Makodi Girls High School. Mrs. Teju Ajani, she said, if anyone corrects you, don't sit on it, address it. My question is, how can I address it?
Okay, so to your question. She says, Mrs. Teju said, when you get a correction, I remember while she was speaking, if you're corrected, you should take the information. You shouldn't listen to it. You shouldn't focus on the shouts. Yeah? You should take the information. So that's way. Do you want to, with that being said, do you want to state your question again?
She said, if anyone corrects you, don't sit on it. Address to it. And assume how can I address to it?
So I think what Teju was trying to talk to us about is we have situations where people correct us or maybe shout at us or try to talk to us in a manner that we do not like or that is not acceptable. They are actually trying to correct something they've seen. And those kind of situations or those kind of circumstances can actually hush a person. So you have expressed yourself or you have acted in a manner. I'll give you an example. Chidalu just talked about her experience at the Ogun State NYSC camp, where she tried to be a platoon leader. And then the lady there says, you can't be, you're a girl child. Now imagine if she sat on it and decided not to address it. So she just told us that she didn't take that feedback. She actually fought that status quo. Now imagine if she allowed her life to be conditioned by that statement. You can't be platoon leader. You're a girl child. Do you think she'll be head of tech today? So that's what it means, not sitting on it. You need to address it. You take the substance out of it, and if there are status quo that you need to question, let's do that. Why can't I be leader of the platoon? Why do you think the men would not listen to me? Which goes back to all that we're talking about. Even the question that came from the journalists. How do we change the status quo? Eki said to us that it starts from us. It starts from improving yourself, improving the you that you see today, and then going ahead. And by the time we do that, we become such valuable people. Mr. Bimbo told us that even those doors, those rooms that are closed today, will open and request for us to come inside because they are seeing the value that we're bringing. So let's start from ourselves. And ladies, if there are things people have told you, either because they didn't know any better or they just went out of their way to put us down, let's not sit on them today. Just bring them out and flush them away, address them, and rise above them. So anybody who's told you you're a blockhead, you can't amount to anything good, and all of those, you know better today that you are able to do much better than all those comments, and that you shouldn't be limited by those comments that we have heard. Don't sit on them. Let's address them today. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Sadly, that brings us to the end of this panel session. So I'm not happy releasing our panelists. That's because there is so much to learn. We have a lot of questions to ask. However, you can meet them when we're done with this and ask any other question you have. Is that okay? Thank you so much, our panelists. Thank you so much, Effie. Thank you, Shanu. Thank you, Mr. Figueroa. Thank you, Mrs. Chimere. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for them. What an awesome session we have had. Young ladies, beautiful ladies, everyone, can we get up for a bit? Yes, some of us are stretching already. That's the whole idea. Can we turn to the left and to the right? Can we try to bend backwards? Did I hear a sound? Is that someone's back? Or we should stretch our arms? Well, we should. Be mindful of the other person's face, please. Just stretch. Hands up, hands down. Sitting, they say, is the new smoking. So you shouldn't sit for long. Should we stretch again? To the right and to the left. Put your hands together for yourselves as you sit. Thank you. Okay, before we move on, sorry for that. Okay, while we're trying to solve that, we will just have a the panelists. Remember that if you have further questions, you can meet with them later and do verifications. Thank you once again. We're drawing to the end of this session, to the end of this event. I don't want to go. I don't know about you, because I'm enjoying myself so much. Which brings me to the next. How many of us have seen the movie, the cartoon, or the animation Lion King? The Lion King. Someone is already Who is the most popular character? Simba. Can you roar like a lion? Somebody sounds like a cat. Can you roar like a lion? So how does Simba's father roar? Okay, let's try that. Okay, let's just stick to like Simba. In CD Africa, in Technology Distributions Limited, we call ourselves Simbas. We call ourselves what? Simbas. And by virtue of the fact that you are seated here today, you have CD Africa crested on the chest of your shirt. You have "This is me" crested on the chest of your shirt. You are automatically a what? Simba. You are automatically a what? Simba. Say it loud and proud. Simba. Fantastic. So you are a lion. And you know who the lion is? Thank you. The lion is the what? The bravest. What else? Thank you. Thank you. The king of the jungle. Did you say the king of Alaba? He's the king of where? The jungle. Is he the king of one shop in Ikeja? He's the king of where? The jungle. Can you you take down the lion as you like, when you like, if you like? The lion will tell himself, I can't do this, this is impossible unto me. Please, which lion do you know? So, in CD, we call ourselves Simbas. Here, we are Simbas. Yes, we are. Of course, Simba had a father, did he not? Yeah. So, at this time, I want to call the mother of each and every one of us. Someone said, Mommy Simba. Mama Simba. Yes, she's the leader of the pride. She owns the pride. She leads the pride. She says a lot that we go home sleeping on, waking up with, running with. She's, I would say, the best brain you would ever come across. I mean, so far. So I've met people outside. When they say, oh, you work for TD. I know your boss. And there's always this look on their face. She's a strong woman. She's intelligent. Oh, she's so smart. Someone once told me, I'm afraid you're having certain discussions with her. Because there's just so much she gives. And she comes with a lot of energy. A lot of what? Energy. E for energy. One of the words she has told us that we run with, and I would like you to know today is, you may not be perfect. You may look rough around the edges. But that's okay. That's what? Okay. Like the stream, you will find your own unique path. Through friction, against the challenges you face on your journey. Okay, I say I'm not alone in this. Can we continue together? Yes, yes. Those rough edges will be polished off to reveal the gleaming red gem that is within. At this point, let's put together our hands for the
we saw the light go off a couple of times. We saw the microphone misbehave a couple of times. Did you notice that? Yes. TD is in the business of business. So even though we're talking about ICT, sometimes technology fails us, correct? Yes. And that's why we're in business. We'll find opportunities in those failures. So, it could be deliberate. Do you think we did it deliberately? But just know there are opportunities and challenges. It's afternoon, and I'll say good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon to the new acquired Simbas. And a special thank you to the speakers. I'm completely blown away. Thanks, Eki. Thanks, Chidalo. Thanks to the CMB. Chairman, you somewhere in the house? Thank you. And of course, we had Teju earlier on, and the young lady from IBM. Completely blown away.
I think my role this evening is very simple. It is to give the closing remarks and hopefully announce the 10 students that will get on to be trained by IBM. But before I do that, let me just touch on a few points that were raised during the conversation. One of it being, how do I even become relevant? Eki had pointed out that if you look at a payoff, it says empowering you. And we also talked about a society where the men, in quotes, rule the world, correct? Sometimes we give them the impression they are doing that, but guess who is behind that world? There is a lot of power behind the perceived weakness. And what defines your power? You. I can only empower an empowered person. And the empowerment starts with you. How do you empower yourself? So all through your life, you'll come across a few yeses. Be encouraged by those yeses. Be humbled by them. Be grateful for them. You will also come across a lot of no's. Be challenged by them. And strive to make yourself a better version of yourself. So even the no's have value. Because the more no's you tell me, the better I become. Does that make sense to you? And never stop learning. Learning should be part of your routine now and forever. Because you're never too old learning. Choose who you call your friends. Choose them carefully. Because you don't have that luxury when it comes to family. So you have the luxury of choice when it comes to who you pick as a friend. So choose wisely. You have to embrace change. It must come. You see all these baby faces? Very soon it won't be baby faces anymore. I can tell you that. So when these changes come, embrace them. And those changes, as I said, can be edgy. Love that change. And cherish all the goodness that comes with it. Be independent, financially and professionally. And for you to do that, you need to pay the price to get the benefits of paying that price today. You don't automatically get surrounded with the goodness of the world. You have to work for it. So work to make yourself financially and professionally independent. Because one day you may find a partner. And if you do, you are sharing your life with a partner. It is not the basis of your life. So, you must be driven. You must have drive. You must be confident. You must be courageous. You must be credible, very important. Determined, tenacious, witty. And all these qualities you must carry gracefully and humbly. And one thing you must learn to do, and it was touched by the panel members today, is that you have to constantly create value. You must be a value creator. Wherever you find yourself, you must leave a footprint. You must be remembered by something. And in one of the conversations today, one such way of knowing you are taking the right direction is to take time to understand your why. What is my purpose in life? Yours can be to change the world by changing the environment. Yours can be to change Nigeria and rid it of corruption. Yours can be to be relevant in technology or in learning or in education. Once you identify your purpose, waking up in the morning becomes a lot easier. Because something is getting you up from the bed to go achieve your purpose. Oftentimes, it won't come as easy as it would to some other people. But go find your purpose, because we all have it. And then it then becomes a lot easier to layer the skills and so on that Mrs. Chimel talked about. Does anybody know about the poem by Maya Angelou called Phenomenal Woman? Does anybody know it? I'm talking about the girls in the house. Do you want me to recite one or two lines of the poem? But you promised me something. If I do, you will be the one to explain it. Is that a deal? My lady, that is a theater artist. Is she in the house? Good. So he says, and I'll maybe take a few lines. He says, many people wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute, as you can see. I'm not built to suit a fashion model size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling a lie. It is in the reach of my arm, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curves of my lips. I am a woman, phenomenally. Phenomenally, so I'll take the last verse. Now you understand just why my head is not bowed. I don't shout or jump about or have to talk real loud. When I'm passing, it ought to make you proud. I say, it is in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need for my care. I am a woman, phenomenally. This is you. This is you. I will encourage you to take time and go through the story of Maya Angelou, one of the greatest poets of our time. And even of our time, most of the things she said there is today. But the point around this is that it is not your looks or those comments that were made while you're in school that will define you. You have the answers. You have what it takes to transform to becoming a phenomenal woman right within you. And all you need is to activate it. Don't be intimidated by anybody. We have been in classes where there are boys and girls. Abi? And by the way, I grew up with many boys. My father kept having boys. I thought maybe I was what? An accident. So they're not any different. They are not superior. And some of the people that spoke have also been in classes where they are Oyibos. They are not any different. Yeah, that's a video. Can anybody tell me what they took out of the two verses of my angelic one that I just read? Just one person. Yes. I see many hands are up, but she was the first.
I took out that it says it's very important to know two sides.
I took out that care is very important to the society, no matter what it takes. And I took out that it does not matter the beauty or anything they have, but they are very, very important to the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. This is how every daughter should be. And you can see the balancing that we typically feel. So guys, you know all the speakers that spoke, and your moms, your dads, your aunties, your grandmothers and aunties and grandmas and great-grandmothers. When we talk about value creation, they all bring value one way or the other. Because my grandmother was, I am better today because she made some sacrifices that made it possible for me to be speaking to you today. Because my mother was, and made some sacrifices that, by the way, she's still making. It made Chioma Eke a stronger woman to speak to you today. So by the time you take the values of your moms and your dads and all these beautiful people that spoke today, your aunties and your all the women in the world, including my Angela that I just spoke about, take all their value, add to yours, because you are more than the sum of the total of all the women you've encountered. Virtually, physically, and even by listening to them wherever you are. So if you don't add to that value, you've done what? Depleted the value that we must place in ourselves as we forge ahead. We mentioned, again as we were speaking, why women all the time? Why girl child? Sooner or later, we'll get to a point where the boys, there'll be no boys to marry anymore because they are inconsequential.
Do not consider your child inferior. Train your boy child to understand that. And if it's time to wash plates, it doesn't have to be Franca. You could very easily be a Mecca. Teach them the right values. And the values apply as much to a man as it does to a woman. We belong to a society where men can get away with murder, can get away with infidelity, can get away with concubines. And it's not quite the same the other way around. We are catching you young to tell you it is not acceptable. Bad is bad in any dictionary. So once we catch you young, train your boys to be good boys, good husbands, good brothers, and good what? Good fathers. A father does not only produce sperm. You are old enough to understand that. Yes? Because I know in class you've done biology. We have to have their sperm to make a child, correct? Their responsibility is not just to produce that. Their responsibility is to work with that woman to nurture and grow up a balanced child. So while we're catching you young, the other medium we're using to talk to your mothers, to us, grandmothers, and to great-grandmothers, and oftentimes some forum for men also, to say maybe you formed your mindset, you're already cut out in your ways, but it's never too late to learn. Just like Eki had said, you could actually be the one transforming your father, broadening his horizon, letting him know that by giving a girl education, you are not sending her away, you're not throwing your wealth away. That girls are the ambassadors to the world. So train your child, girl child, and give them the best. Thank you very much. Thank you, girls, for coming. Thank you, Simbas. I think I have an assignment that was given to me, but I need Folusho to help guide me here. Do I need to call out the names now? Maybe if somebody can talk about the program a bit more while I go search for my phones, because that's where the names are. Can somebody talk about the IBM program for a bit? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Felicia Olulade, Head of Marketing, TD Africa. Welcome again. I hope you guys had a nice time. So you are aware that I sent test questions to the different schools. We have 5 schools. And schools have sent us a list of names. So I want you to know that for each person that will be participating in the IBM program, it's going to be a thorough one, it's going to be an intensive one, and you're getting certifications after the program. Now, aside this IBM program, courtesy of Dell Technologies, you'll also be getting a PC to help you through the course of the program. A round of applause.
Have I been asked to stand up?
Right. So these are part of the PEPs. If you get a tool, use them. Somebody was asking a question the other time, what are the tools that we need to empower our girls? This is one such. Training, you can never go wrong with it. As I said, we have to continue learning. So thank you to IBM, and by the way to EMC too. Bimbo, thank you for empowering our girls. EMC has graciously announced that every single girl here will walk away with a laptop. So apart from the 10 girls that are announced that will get their laptops today, the rest of you will take your names, order your special laptops, and have them delivered to you. And just note, that is a tool. We're expecting results from that tool. Clegg girls, I have 2 girls from Clegg Girls. Igwebe Chinaza Mercy. Step out as you're called. Do we get them to line up and we'll give it after the other? Because it will be good to also do a photo shoot. Yeah? So we'll start handing the laptops after. Yeah. 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 So that you can all line up and then you'll do it one after. Sorry, it's a lot of task for you, but yeah, I think you'll do that that way. So that we'll get all of them lined up. Akban Mary from Clegg Girls. Wesley Girls, we have Okonkwo Nnamaka. From Wesley Girls also we have Alome More Nikeji. Did I pronounce it well? Good. No? Wait. More Nikeji. Moroni KG. I'll get it right. I'll keep practicing. Great. And New Era Girls, we have Augustine Uwana Fellow. New Era Girls, we have Mistura Abike. Itolo Girls, Adeyinka Oluwabotimi. Itolo Girls, we have Ezugo Treasure. Have you started handing it over to them? No, should be after. Felicia, please pack it back. Del to hand over their beautiful machine. Don't worry, guys, you're going to get it back. I'll have to get it right. Herbert Macaulay girls, we have Damian, Christabel.
And we have Wele.
Agnat, Oyin Dabola. Are those the 10 girls? Yes. Fantastic. Bimbo, please come up and hand over the laptops to the girls. Can somebody bring the laptop? Chema, please come and help us. Camera, please capture.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so step out as you take your laptop. Congratulations, you can take your seat now. Oh, we're going to do a photo shoot, yeah. So stand back on the line. Congratulations. Make use of the tool. Congratulations. Step out to take your laptop. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congrats, and thank you, Del. Congratulations. Congrats, Simba. Congratulations. Last but not least. Thank you very much. Congratulations. If they can take a picture with Jamali and Bimbo to punctuate the ladies.
Sorry, you joined them. Okay, good. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Del. Thank you for this support. Thank you for sowing a seed in the lives of these girls. And we're almost certain the results, the harvest will be beautiful, yeah? Thank you so much. Can any one of you volunteer to say something to Del and to IBM? Any volunteers? That's how we know the leaders.
I just want to say thank you, everybody. I've never had this opportunity to be in this type of place. But I'm trying to say thank you. At least this will be a form of essay. Something that someone used to congratulate me in my house shop. But I'm trying to say thank you to everybody. People don't really know what it means to me. Like even this. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
One of you can come in. Yes. Good. Yes. Better. Thank you. Just one more.
Thank you.
Yes. Wow. Please put your hands together again for Dale. Thank you so very much, Mr. Kimball. Thank you very much. And congrats to every single girl here present. We're so delighted that you came. I mean, I'm really short of words. It's beyond awesome. Yeah, thank you so much to Dell. Thank you to TB Africa. Thank you to CE, to all the executive management. Thank you to CM. Thank you to every single speaker that came around here today. I'm sure all the girls are very excited that they came. You're glad that you'll be getting a laptop at the end of the day. And like our CE said, I mean, you heard when Kelechi had mentioned that E stands for what? Energy. And that's what we see, you know, every time from CE. I mean, just experiencing her speak, you could hear all the energy that came from her, right? I'm sure some of you were like, I want to be like her when I grow up. I usually say that every day, right? So, we're going to take a tour around this very beautiful building. We're going to have an opportunity to experience ICT as it is, like you heard. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria. I dare say Africa even. So, I mean, we're opportune to be here. We'll be starting Chidelu with, you know, or nominate somebody to take us around, have a tour of the Experience Center. So enjoy yourselves while you look around. Feel free to ask questions, take notes, and just enjoy the view. Thank you. Yes, they'll come back, you know, for lunch before we go. Yes.
Okay, hi. So I'm not sure how we're going to move. What we can do is use our eyes instead of using our legs until we get to the second floor. So I'll just give a brief, exactly. So what we did at the Tech Experience Center, we felt that there was a need for all these different OEMs that you see to come under one roof. Because studying marketing or majoring in marketing in university, I learned that there's no such thing as brand love. I can decide that I want an iPhone, a Dell laptop, a printer from HP, and we wanted to create a space that you can not only just come in and see the dummy phone, but come in and also experience it. Look at what the camera quality looks like, make those decisions for you as an individual before you purchase. And then for businesses, we have brands like Cisco. Cisco created a training space. They also created space so that you can experience their networking. Right now we're powered by Main One, but you see, if you look at the roof, there are certain routers that are from Cisco. So when businesses come into this building, they can come in, look at the security, look at how the technology works before they make the business decision to bring it into their company. So we also have the game zone that is right behind me to my right. What we've also created is a space where people can just come and unwind. You know, there's a lot of stress in this country, I'm sure you guys all know. And we just wanted to create a space where people can come in, play the latest games during their lunch break, after work, during the weekends. It's completely free. You can come in. I think we had a birthday event a couple of weeks ago actually. A little boy brought his friends over to play some games with him. And then we have Zynox. Zynox is a very strategic partner. They're, like CMB mentioned, the first Nigerian, I think African brand Microsoft and Apple. So what I'll do now is I will start walking towards the back, and so that it's not rowdy, we can just, whoever's in the front should just follow me, and we'll go out like that. We'll go up to the stairs to the second floor so that you can also have a look at what we have over there. All right.
Hold on, sit down. Allow us to go, and then we just follow.
So, okay, perfect. Technology.
Not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
Yeah, my name is Bamdini Zion. I'm a girl of 17 years old. Yeah, I'm secondary school leaver. I left secondary school last year, about to gain admission to university. Yeah, I was being informed by someone to attend the program. Yeah, I felt it was a big opportunity since it was a program organized for a girl child, so I came to gain more in the program.
I'm not scared to be seen. I make no.
Yeah, like we had people who shared their minds, being a girl child, their problems, what they experienced, and gave out some encouragement. So, encouraging us as a girl child, and the rest like that. Yeah, I feel so great because it was a great honor. Yeah, being recognized for my academic performance, so I felt like that was so nice. So I really appreciate those people who did that. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, when the grace of God all through. So though some challenges based on the lockdown, but still have to follow it. Yeah, I would love to become a medical doctor in the future. Yeah, I would recommend them to work harder in their education wherever they find themselves, because they too may also be recognized. Yeah, I'll tell other people about it so that they too they can try it and see how it goes. Okay, I would love to thank TD Africa for what they have done. Yeah, I feel so honored being among those people selected for having a great academic performance. And I really appreciate them for the laptop. Yeah, because that's been a great idea to me. So I really appreciate them for what they have done, and I pray God continues to help them more.
When the sharpest words wanna gonna send a blood, gonna drown a mind. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
Okay, my name is Benita Bio. I'm from the Delta State. I'm a graduate of Federal Polytechnic College, studying public administration, and I'm 25. Okay, I actually got an invite from a family friend, and formerly worked here. It was actually very nice coming to meet coming to relate with other people generally, just interacting with. My major highlight was just the interaction I had with other people. I got to meet like really interesting persons, and I think I met John Ifyok from that event. We still keep in touch. Actually, as at the point of coming to that event, I was just coming out from NYC camp. Yeah. Afterwards, I traveled back to where I was posted to, and I finished my service in 2020, I think February thereabout. And from then till now, we all know COVID came and actually disrupted a lot of things. But currently, I actually got a job twice in 2020. Yeah. I lost one because of the pandemic, and I got another one, and I'm working with them till now. I'm a team member in the Central Processing Unit in the UBA, United Bank of Africa. I'm actually looking to go into human resource management. Yes, I'm just using. There's no knowledge is a waste, as we all know. I'm just taking this as a training ground, my working with UB as a breeding ground to grow my skills. Yes, for the future. But I am actually looking towards human resource management. I'd say I would highly recommend it. Yes, because it's a really eventful event. Yeah. It's nice. It's actually nice to know that people actually. I know we're in a world of gender imbalance, and so it's an event that actually makes or actually open the eyes of younger girls to know that okay, you're not limited to so sphere of life because of your gender. So it's a really nice event too, an eye-opening event to both every gender. It's not only for the female child, but because it was for the female, so it's a really nice and welcoming event. Okay, closing remarks. Okay, I would like to send a shout out. Hope I'm allowed to Adams. Thank you for inviting me. It was actually a nice event, and thanks to TD Africa for holding such eventful events. Because
This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
Okay, so my name is Kodisho Ekuma, and I also have other names, but this is the name I go by. Not many people know how to pronounce my name, but I guess that's the funniness. I'm in grade 10, and I recently turned 14 last month on the 22nd. I'm an art student because I've never fancied math or physics or chemistry and all those kind of things. I still do biology because I think it's an interesting subject and it's nice to get to know about humans and living things, since I could classify myself as a living thing. I'm into music because I like to sing, I've always liked my voice, so I figured, well, why not just go for it, I guess. I would say that I'm also good in drama, but I've not really done much of that, so I guess not much to say about that. Okay, well, my pastor's wife spoke to my mom about it because she wanted her daughter to go there, but her daughter was quite young, so she opened up about it to other parents to see if maybe their children could go, and that's how I was able to attend. So it was a while ago. I'm not sure I remember everything, but there was a person that spoke that really stood out to me. I can't remember her name, but what she said was really cool. She spoke about how she overcame insecurity because she was talking about how she wasn't always slim, and I related to that because I've lost weight and I was really insecure at the time. So her story was really encouraging for me, and it was kind of like a motivation to keep going. I'd say it's been pretty rocky because I was depressed at the time. I had serious insecurity issues. I was suicidal. I struggled with anxiety because I didn't know how to communicate with people. People wouldn't like me if they got to know me. I don't know how to describe myself. I was a lonely person by choice, and that made people not to like me. I was a lot of people without getting to know. But I'd say it was really hard because even the people close to me didn't understand because I didn't know how to explain how much pain I was going through. I struggled with mathematics. I still do, and that made me really insecure because it seemed like it's happen, I'm going to fail, and people are going to. I'm still ordinary, I guess I struggled with that for a week, and at the time of the tech talk, I was still in that state. So I picked up writing. I think that was 2020. I picked up writing because I wasn't good at vocally expressing myself, and I think it's been going well. I'm a poet. I've been in this for like a few months now, and I'm really interested in it, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how things go. I'd also say that a lot because I couldn't be here without. So these things are things teenagers my age struggle with, because I know that I can't be the only one who was depressed and anxious. I mean, the times we live in require a lot from everybody. Everybody's expected to fit into this standard. Everybody's expected to look a certain way, sound a certain way, talk a certain way, to be a certain way, and not everybody fits into that. And I think that's what I struggled with. I write about struggle, my kind, and that depending on how bad I feel on a particular, I like to see people happy. I mean, these days I go out of my way to make people smile because I feel like, everybody is frustrated. The situation in the country is hard. Not everybody has everything put together. It's nice to make someone smile because I feel like it really helps. So I think that's what I really have on the subject. So presently, I'm working on my writing. I started writing an anthology, and I'm up to 30 poems in it. I don't know when I'm going to think. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm also trying my voice because I have a goal and I'm working towards that. I also might try and write a book, but I don't see myself doing that. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm in grade 10, so I'm still juggling my academics and my other passions. So I would like to publish my anthology eventually, and I'd love it to help a lot of people. because I feel that a lot of people in this day and time, everybody is confused, everybody's just being blown by the wind, trying to fit in, trying to measure up, trying to be enough. And I'd love for people to really understand what it means to be an individual person, what it means to be yourself in these times when everybody's so
I'm not coming. You don't use this G5 to start with. The middle one, the back middle one, that one to start. Take and see what you HDMI.
how bad I feel on a particular day, and I really like to see people happy. I mean, these days I go out of my way to make people smile because I feel like, it's everybody is frustrated. The situation in the country is hard. Not everybody has everything put together. It's nice to make someone smile at least once a day because I feel like that really helps. So I think that's what I really have to say on this subject. So presently, I'm working on my writing. I started writing an anthology, and I'm up to 30 poems in it. I don't know when I'm going to finish, but I think that's what I'm working on right now. I'm also trying to work on my voice because I have a goal, and I'm working towards that. I also might try and write a book, but I don't see myself doing that. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm in grade 10. So I'm still juggling my academics and my other passions. So I would like to publish my anthology eventually, and I'd love it to help a lot of people because I feel that a lot of people in this day and time, everybody is confused, everybody's just being blown by the wind, trying to fit in, trying to measure up, trying to be enough. And I'd love for people to really understand what it means to be an individual person, what it means to be yourself in these times when everybody is so, how would I use the word, generic. I would definitely recommend this to others because this was how I got my laptop. I was really looking for a laptop because my laptop was having some issues, and when I was asked to show my results and I was handed out this laptop, it made me really happy. It also motivated me to do well in my academics because I thought next year I would like to come back and get something. So I would recommend this to other people because I feel like it would be a challenge to people to try and do more with themselves, to dream big, to expect, to work harder, because I feel like these days not many people have motivations to really work, to really expect anything in life. So at my school we have this thing called top 10 excursion, and frankly it's become really boring, it's become really it's not something that people would really want to do. And if that's the only thing that people that do well in school get, I don't think it's going to motivate a lot of people to really strive. So I think this would be an opportunity to motivate other children to do well, to work hard, because there's something waiting for them at the end of it. I'd like to say how surprised I was that I was going to be interviewed. I wasn't really expecting much to happen, but I'm happy I got the chance to be interviewed because I'm very honored to be excited to talk to other people. I don't know where this interview is going to go, but to whoever I get to, I just want to tell you that things might be bad, things might be frustrating, but there's always going to be a way out. After all, Jesus is always going to be here for you, and I don't know what motivates you to keep going, but I think that in spite of how bad things get, there's always a bright side to things. And even if you might not see it, you could always create one. I just want to encourage you and tell you that there's still hope. Just keep going.
I've learned a lot, learned a lot, amazing people, really inspired. I got a free t-shirt, it was interesting. It's teaching the girl child how to increase the self-confidence.
This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
My name is Oma Melissa Ikuma. I am in SS3. I'm 16. I like reading. I like music. Yeah, I play the piano, and I don't really like school. It's weird, but I like school. So I think that's about it. Okay, well, I have My church pastor has a friend in another church, and somehow they got talking about it, and it was offered to my mom, and she jumped at the idea and said, why not? And so we found ourselves there. That's just how it happened. Well, I think my greatest memories are meeting people, making some new friends, then some of the talks that we got to hear, that people were able to meet, ideas that I was exposed to for the first time, things that I hadn't really thought about before, stuff like that. Basically new things that I was exposed to. It was an amazing feeling, definitely. Who doesn't like being recognized for their achievements? It was an amazing feeling, one that I will not forget in a hurry. Well, Corona kind of came in the middle of things and set us a bit off track, but then life's been alright. Basically been in school, trying to keep up the pace of things, preparation for exams, making decisions towards university, but taking things one day at a time, and it's been going well. Preparing for exams. I have a number of them really. I wanted to be a doctor for the longest time, but then I feel like it would put me into a box. So I'm considering engineering because I like the idea of being able to make stuff, to solve problems, to fix things, you know. So right now I could become a doctor or an engineer or a biomedical engineer. So it could go either way at this point. I'm open to anything. Oh, I definitely will. It's a serious eye-opener, especially for females, yes. To be reminded that there's really no limit to what you can do. No one is you're put in a box here sometimes, but it's easy to escape it. There are ways around it, and there's really no limit to what you can accomplish if you set your mind to it. So I would recommend it to anybody, 100%. Well, in closing, I think I'd just like to say, what if you like something, if you want to do something, go for it. Even if you're swimming against the tide, or it's not what everybody's doing, or it really doesn't make sense at times, just go for it, because you can't really be wrong with your instincts. Trust your instincts always. I think that's just it.
Very conscious of the fact that in another 30, 40, 50 years, some of these little girls sitting here will be first ladies, some of them will be governors, some of them will be presidents. This is our contribution to our society to mold the young girl and get her prepared for the huge task that is ahead.
A stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious.
Yeah, my name is Bambili Zion. I'm a girl of 17 years old. Yeah, I'm secondary school leaver. I left secondary school last year, about to gain admission to university. Yeah, I was being informed by someone to attend the program. Yeah, and I felt it was a big opportunity since it was a program organized for a girl child. So I came to gain more in the program.
I'm not scared to be seen. I make
Yeah, like we had people who shared their minds, being a girl child, their problems, what they experienced, and gave out some encouragement. So, encouraging us as a girl child, and the rest like that. Yeah, I feel so great because it was a great honor. Yeah, being recognized for my academic performance. So I felt like that was so nice. So I really appreciate those people who did that. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, being the grace of God all through. So, though some challenges based on the lockdown, but we still have to further it. Yeah, I would love to become a medical doctor in the future. Yeah, I would recommend them to work harder in their education wherever they find themselves because they too may also be recognized. Yeah, I'll tell other people about it so that they too can try it and see how it goes. Okay, I would love to thank TD Africa for what they have done. Yeah, I feel so honored being among those people selected for having a great academic performance. And I really appreciate them for the laptop. Yeah, because that's been a great idea to me. So I really appreciate them for what they have done, and I pray God continues to help them more.
When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown them out. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be, this is me.
Okay, my name is Denita. I'm from the Delta State. I'm a graduate of Federal Polytechnic Auchi, studying public administration, and I'm 25. Okay, I actually got an invite from a family friend, and he formally worked here. It was actually very nice coming to meet coming to relate with other people generally, just interacting with. My major highlight was just the interaction I had with other people. I got to meet like really interesting persons. And I think I met John Ifyo from that event. We still keep in touch. Actually, as at the point of coming to that event, I was just coming out from NYC camp. Yeah. Afterwards, I traveled back to where I was posted to, and I finished my service in 2020, in February thereabout. And from then till now, we all know COVID came and actually disrupted a lot of things. But currently, I actually got a job twice in 2020. Yeah. I lost one because of the pandemic,